Let the day's concerns drift away now, as the quiet settles in. There is nothing to solve here, only a slow turning of pages, a gentle voice in the darkness to accompany your rest. If the stillness feels right, you may choose to follow along with this channel quietly in your own time. The fire in the hearth was not for warmth alone, but was the center of the home, a constant presence. Its light flickered against soot-blackened beams, and its heat was a dull, red eye that never fully closed. Above it, suspended from an iron hook, sat the pot. This pot was rarely empty, and even more rarely was it cleaned in the modern sense. It was a vessel of continuity. Each morning, water was added from the bucket. Handfuls of grain, coarse and dark, were scattered into the water. The previous day's remnants, the thickened base of yesterday's meal, stirred back to life with the new. It began to simmer once more, a low, quiet activity that required little watching. The peasant woman might add a peeled turnip, chopped with a worn knife on a wooden board. A few strands of wild onion, gathered from the edge of the field. A cabbage leaf, tough and outer, sliced into ribbons. The pot accepted all. It was not cooking as a singular event, but as a state of being. The contents shifted in consistency and composition from dawn to dusk, thinner in the morning, thicker by evening, as liquid evaporated and starches broke down. It was a slow, daily alchemy that transformed scarcity into sustenance. The smell was not rich or inviting, but familiar and earthy, the scent of steam, of wet grain, of roots cooked soft. It was the smell of the house itself, woven into the wool of garments and the straw of bedding. To be away from it was to be in a strange place. The bread was a weekly undertaking, a heavier task. Grain, often rye or barley, was ground at the Lord's mill, the coarse flour carrying the faint, metallic scent of the millstones. It was mixed with water, and a portion of old dough saved from the last baking, sour and fermented, was worked in. There were no precise measurements. The dough was kneaded in a wide, shallow bowl until it was a stiff, gray mass. It was left to sit, covered with a cloth, while the communal oven was prepared. The baking was a social ritual, women waiting their turn, the dough resting in its bowl like a sleeping creature. When the oven reached the right heat, the embers were swept out, and the loaves, formed into round, dense shapes, were slid inside on a long paddle. The bake was long and slow. The resulting loaf was dark, the crust hard and thick, the interior dense and moist. It was not meant to be eaten fresh. It was a store of calories, a physical object of nutrition. Once cooled, it was taken home and stored in a wooden chest or on a shelf. Each day, a portion was cut away with a knife, the piece often needing to be soaked in a portion of the pottage or a thin ale to be chewed. By week's end, the loaf was hard as a stone, and might be grated back into the pottage to thicken it, completing the cycle. Bread was the foundation, the absolute core. Records suggest a working man could consume 2 or 3 pounds of this dense substance in a day, the bulk of his existence literally built from it. The fields did not care for the fragility of the body. Dawn arrived as a pale line at the edge of the forest, and with it came the movement from the huts. The air was cool, often damp with mist that clung to the wool of tunics. Tools were collected from lean-tos, iron-tipped wood, heavy and simple. The walk to the strips of land allocated for peasant use was a quiet procession. There was little conversation in the early hour. The work was methodical, a slow bending and rising, the turn of soil, the removal of stones, the planting of seeds in careful rows. The body moved in rhythms older than memory. The sun climbed, but its heat was often weak, filtered through high cloud. The back ached, a constant low-grade pain that was simply part of living. Hands grew rough and cracked, dirt ingrained in the lines of the skin. There was no clock to measure the hours, only the sun's arc and the growing emptiness of the stomach. A break might be taken near a hedgerow, a drink of small ale from a leather bottle, a piece of the hard bread. The ale was weak, slightly sour, but it was safer than water from the stream. The bread was chewed slowly, deliberately. The taste was of grain and the faint tang of fermentation. It was not enjoyed. It was fuel. Then back to work. The field stretched on, row after row. The mind could drift in such work, away from the body's complaints, into a kind of numb stillness. Birds called from the woods. The wind moved through the barley, a whispering sound. Time passed in the slow erosion of muscle and daylight. Inside the hut, the light was dim, even at midday. The single window, covered with oiled parchment or a wooden shutter, allowed only a gloomy illumination. Smoke from the fire collected under the thatch before finding its way out through a hole. The air was hazy and carried the sour tang of damp earth, wood smoke, and humanity. In a corner, on a bed of straw covered with a rough wool blanket, an infant might sleep. Its breathing was a soft, slight sound against the backdrop of the fire's crackle. Fleas moved through the straw. Flies circled in the still air near the roof. A woman sat on a low stool, mending a tunic with a bone needle and coarse thread. Her movements were small, economical. She would pause sometimes to push a strand of hair from her face with the back of her wrist, or to stir the pot with a long wooden spoon. The stew within burbled softly. She might add a pinch of dried herbs from a small pouch, wild thyme, perhaps, or sage, rubbing them between her fingers to release a faint fragrance that was quickly swallowed by the heavier smells of the room. This was the quiet center of the day, the space between the morning's labor and the evening's return. The floor was packed earth, swept clean but never truly clean. The walls were wattle and daub, cool to the touch. In this semi-darkness, time felt suspended, a long, slow exhalation. Evening brought the men back from the fields, their footsteps heavy, their faces lined with dirt and fatigue. They would sit on benches near the door, pulling off worn leather boots. A basin of water was used to wash hands and face, the water turning cloudy. The family gathered around the central table, a rough-hewn plank on trestles. Bowls were filled from the pot, the pottage thick now, almost a paste. It was eaten with wooden spoons in silence, or with sparse talk of the day's small events. A broken plowshare, a fox in the henhouse. The taste was consistent, monotonous. The earthy flavor of turnip and grain, a background note of onion, the saltiness of a bit of bacon fat if they were fortunate. It filled the stomach with a warm, heavy feeling. After eating, the bowls were scraped clean, licked by the family dog that waited patiently under the table. The fire was banked for the night, the glowing embers hidden beneath a layer of ash to preserve the precious heat. The light faded completely, leaving only the deep orange glow of the hearth and the weak moonlight through the window opening. The family retired to their straw pallets, bodies curling against the chill that seeped through the walls. Rustlings in the thatch indicated the presence of mice. The wind picked up outside, a low moan in the trees. Sleep came quickly, a heavy, dreamless state born of exhaustion. The night was long and silent and dark. The forest was not just trees, but a larder, a pharmacy, a source of materials. In spring, women and children would venture into its edges, baskets on their arms. They knew where the nettles grew thick and green. With gloved hands, they picked the young tops, which would be boiled to remove their sting and added to the pottage, a rare source of green. Wild garlic spread in damp patches, its pungent leaves pulled and bundled. In summer, they looked for mushrooms pushing through the leaf litter. Chanterelles, puffballs, though this knowledge was critical, passed down carefully, as a mistake could mean sickness or death. In autumn, the focus turned upward, to the nuts. Chestnuts were prized, gathered in great quantities, their spiny husks split open with stones. They could be roasted in the embers of the fire, their sweet, starchy flesh a welcome change. Acorns were more laborious, requiring days of soaking in running water to leach out their bitterness before they could be dried and ground into a meal for desperate bread. The forest floor was also a place for berries in their season. Tiny, tart wild strawberries, blackberries that stained the fingers purple. These were eaten fresh, a fleeting moment of sweetness, or mashed and mixed into curds if milk was available. The forest provided, but it also demanded respect. It was a place of shadows and unknown sounds, where wolves might still linger in the deepest parts, and where the boundaries between the village and the wild blurred. The church bell marked time in a way the sun did not. Its sound carried over the fields, a slow, resonant tone that called people to Mass on Sundays and holy days. The peasant family would put on their least patched clothes, the woman covering her hair with a cloth. The walk to the stone church was a weekly ritual. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of damp stone and old incense. They stood at the back, behind the villagers of slightly better means, who stood behind the local knights and the Lord's family. The Latin service was a drone, incomprehensible but solemn, a wash of sound from the priest at the distant altar. The light streamed through narrow windows, illuminating dust motes in the air. It was a time of enforced stillness, of kneeling on hard stone, of murmuring responses. Here, the hardships of life were given a framework, a punishment for sin, a test of faith, a prelude to a better afterlife. The suffering was given meaning, if not relief. After the service, they might linger outside in the churchyard, exchanging quiet words with neighbors, the children playing quietly among the gravestones. It was a brief moment of community, of seeing and being seen, before the slow walk back to the isolation of their hut and the waiting chores. The Sabbath was not a day of rest, but a day of different labor, though the field work was forbidden. Fences were mended, tools repaired. The never-ending cycle of maintenance continued. Winter was the true test. The days shortened dramatically, the sun a weak presence low in the sky. The fields lay frozen and fallow, a gray and brown expanse. Life contracted to the interior of the home. The fire became even more crucial, and fuel was a constant worry. Wood had to be gathered from the forest, deadfall collected and hauled back on sleds. Peat might be cut from boggy ground when possible. The cold was a pervasive force, seeping through every crack, settling into bones. The stored food was examined with care. Turnips and cabbages in the root cellar, their skins growing wrinkled, sacks of dried peas and beans, barrels of grain, strings of onions hanging from the beams. The pottage changed character, becoming thinner as stores dwindled, relying more and more on the base grain and the last of the root vegetables. The taste grew even more monotonous. Hunger was a frequent companion, a hollow feeling that was simply part of the season. Nights were long, 16 hours or more of darkness, lit only by the feeble fire and perhaps a rushlight dipped in animal fat. People went to bed soon after darkness fell, huddled together for warmth. Sleep was fractured by the cold, by the sounds of storms rattling the shutters. Coughs echoed in the small space. Illness was common, and there was little to be done for it but wait. Some would not see the spring. It was a season of endurance, of waiting, of counting the days until the light returned and the ground softened enough to work again. The world outside was still, frozen in silence, a white blanket over the sleeping earth. The ale was not for celebration, but for daily drinking. Its brewing was a regular household task, usually overseen by the woman of the home. In a large wooden tub, malted barley was soaked in hot water, the mixture stirred with a long paddle. The liquid drawn off was then boiled with herbs, perhaps bog myrtle or yarrow, for bitterness, then left to cool. The magic happened in the cooling, as wild yeasts in the air settled on its surface and began their slow work. It fermented for a few days, a quiet, bubbling process in a corner of the hut. The result was a cloudy, tan liquid, low in alcohol but slightly acidic, a safer alternative to the questionable water of the pond or well. It was consumed throughout the day by all members of the family, from the oldest to the youngest. It provided calories, a slight lift, and a sense of fullness. A jug might be taken to the fields, passed among workers during a break. Its taste was earthy, grainy, faintly sour. It was not analyzed or appreciated. It was hydration and nourishment in one. The supply was constant, one batch finishing as another began, a cycle as dependable as the pottage pot. Clothing was a functional armor against the elements. Wool, shorn from the family's few sheep, was carded by hand, pulling the fibers straight. The spindle whorl twisted it into thread, a task that could be done in the dim light of evening, the spindle dropping and spinning, the thread winding onto the shaft. The loom was a larger affair, often a communal possession. Weaving was slow, the shuttle passed back and forth, the beater pressed down with a rhythmic thump. The resulting cloth was coarse and scratchy, the natural lanolin making it somewhat water-resistant. It was dyed with what was available. Onion skins for yellow, lichen for brown, woad for a dull blue. The garments were simple. Tunics that reached the knee, dresses that trailed on the ground, hose that tied at the waist. They were worn until they were stiff with dirt and sweat, then perhaps rinsed in a stream. Lice and fleas were permanent residents in the seams. In winter, layers were added, though true warmth was elusive. The clothing smelled of wood smoke, of earth, of the body itself. It was mended and patched until the original fabric was nearly gone, a testament to the value of the material. Boots were crude leather, shaped to the foot and tied with thongs, the soles wearing through and repaired with more leather. To be poorly clothed was to be vulnerable, exposed to the cold and the judgment of others. Children existed within the rhythms of adult life from their earliest days. An infant was swaddled tightly, kept close to the mother as she worked. Weaning came early, transitioning to sips of ale and mouthfuls of pre-chewed bread or thin gruel. There were no toys as such. A child might have a knucklebone to play with, a scrap of cloth fashioned into a doll, a stick to drag through the dirt. They learned by watching and imitation. A small girl would follow her mother, learning to card wool, to stir the pot, to identify edible plants at the forest's edge. A boy would trail his father to the fields, handed smaller tools, taught to scare birds from the seed. Play was not separate from work. It was mimicry of work. They ran with other children in the spaces between huts, their games simple chases or mock fights. Their world was small, bounded by the fields, the forest, the stream. The concept of childhood as a protected state did not exist. They were small adults in training, vulnerable to the same diseases, the same food shortages, the same accidents. Some would not survive the first winters. Their passing was mourned, but it was also a common thread in the fabric of life, a sorrow woven into the ordinary. They slept piled together for warmth, their breath fogging in the cold air of the loft. The Lord's Manor was a distant presence, a stone structure on a slight rise, visible from the fields. The relationship was one of obligation and duty. Several days each week were owed as labor on the Lord's own domain land. Plowing, sowing, harvesting. This was the corvée, the work that took them from their own strips. It was done under the watchful eye of the Lord's bailiff, a man who noted idleness or poor effort. Payment was not in coin, but in the right to work their own land, to graze a pig in the Lord's woods, to grind their grain at his mill for a portion taken as payment. At harvest time, the best sheaves went to the Lord's barns. The feeling was not one of overt rebellion, but of a deep, ingrained acceptance. This was the way the world was ordered, as fixed as the seasons. The Lord provided protection of a sort and justice of a kind. In return, he took the surplus of their labor. They saw him on occasion, riding out with his huntsmen, a figure in finer wool and leather, surrounded by dogs. He was a part of the landscape like the church or the forest, a power that shaped their lives but was rarely interacted with directly. His demands were the parameters within which their existence was contained. Evenings, in the warmer months, might see a slight gathering outside the huts. The last of the light lingered in the sky. Men sat on stools, repairing tools, sharpening scythe blades with stones. Women might spin, the whir of the spindle a soft, continuous sound. Talk was of practical things. The weather, always the weather, for it dictated everything. The look of the clouds, the direction of the wind, the threat of rain on drying hay. News traveled slowly, brought by a peddler or a traveler passing through. Tales of distant wars or the death of a king were vague rumors, events in another world that had little tangible effect on the turnip crop or the health of the sheep. Local gossip held more weight. A boundary dispute between families, a marriage arrangement, a birth. Laughter was rare and quiet, not boisterous. Fatigue lay over the gathering like a blanket. As twilight deepened into night, the group would disperse, each returning to their own threshold, to the dark interior and the banked fire. The night insects began their chorus. Bats flitted silently against the fading blue of the sky. One by one, the huts were sealed against the dark, and the village settled into a silence broken only by the occasional cough from within a wall, or the bark of a dog at something moving in the woods. The sensory world was one of limited palette. Colors were muted. The brown of earth, the green of field and forest, the gray of sky and stone. Bright colors were for the rich, for church vestments, for things unseen. Smells were strong and particular. The tang of manure from the midden heap, the sweet rot scent of fallen leaves, the metallic odor of blood at pig slaughtering time, the pervasive wood smoke. Sounds were mostly natural. The wind, the rain on thatch, the call of birds, the lowing of an ox. Human sounds were the scrape of a hoe, the chop of an axe, the murmur of voices, the cry of a child. Taste was monotonous, dominated by grains and roots, punctuated rarely by the saltiness of preserved meat or the startling, fleeting sweetness of a wild berry. Touch was often uncomfortable. The scratch of wool, the bite of cold, the ache of labor, the damp chill of a stone floor. The mind adapted to this limited input. There was little novelty, little surprise. Life was a pattern of familiar sensations, repeated day after day, season after season. This repetition was its own kind of comfort, a predictability that allowed the mind to rest, to turn inward, or to simply cease its chatter and exist within the rhythm. Illness was a shadow that could fall at any time, a cough that deepened, a fever that burned, a wound that festered. Remedies were based on tradition and the limited knowledge of herbs. A poultice of comfrey might be applied to a swelling, a tea of chamomile drunk for a restless sleep. The local wise woman might be consulted, her knowledge a mix of practical botany and older beliefs. But often there was little to be done. The body either fought or it succumbed. Infections were common, teeth rotted, joints stiffened with years of labor. Childbirth was a dangerous passage for both mother and infant. The line between health and decline was thin and easily crossed. When someone was gravely ill, they were made as comfortable as possible near the hearth. The family would continue its routines around them, the sounds of spoons on bowls, the murmur of conversation, a backdrop to their suffering. Death, when it came, was a quiet event. The body was washed, wrapped in a shroud, and buried in the churchyard. The cycle of the village continued, the absence noted, but the empty space at the table soon filled with the press of daily need. Grief was a private matter, felt in the quiet moments, in the missing familiar face, but it was not a luxury that could halt the grinding of grain or the feeding of the fire. The annual cycle was marked not by calendars, but by tasks and festivals tied to the church and the land. Plough Monday marked the start of the agricultural year after Christmas. Spring brought the sowing, the long days of bending to place seeds in the earth. May Day was a brief respite, a time for dancing around a pole, a faint echo of older rhythms. Summer was the growth, the weeding, the long light. Lammas, at the start of August, celebrated the first wheat harvest. Then came the intense labor of the full harvest, everyone working from first light until darkness, cutting, binding, stacking. The autumn equinox passed, and with it the slaughter of animals that would not be fed through the winter, the salting of meat, the brewing of stronger ale. All Hallows' Eve was a time when the veil between worlds was thought thin, a night to stay close to the hearth. Winter culminated in Christmas, 12 days of slightly better food, a rest from labor, a moment of collective breath held against the deep cold. Then it began again. This wheel of the year was the true clock, the immutable framework. One year blurred into the next, a man's life measured in so many harvests, so many winters survived. The landscape changed subtly with the seasons, but the pattern was eternal, a loop from which there was no exit, only the slow wearing down of the body within its turnings. The interior of the mind, in such a life, is difficult to discern. Records are silent on the inner world of the peasant, but one might imagine it as a landscape similar to the external one. Narrow in scope, focused on immediate concerns, the need for fuel, the health of a child, the weight of the Lord's due. Daydreams, if they occurred, might be of simple things. A full belly, a warm day, a rest from pain. Fears were concrete. Famine, illness, the death of a draft animal. Faith provided a structure for hope in suffering, a promise of a reward beyond this life of toil. Resentment likely simmered, but open rebellion was rare and dangerous. The mental state was likely one of subdued acceptance, a focus on the minute tasks of survival that left little room for abstract thought or grand ambition. The world was as it was. To imagine it otherwise required a leap of imagination for which there was little energy or precedent. The mind found its rest in routine, in the hypnotic repetition of tasks, in the slow passage of familiar days. At night, dreams might have been populated by the same fields, the same faces, the same pot bubbling endlessly over the same fire, a world without end, a sleep without waking. The rain began not as a storm, but as a slow, persistent drizzle that had lasted for days. It seeped into the thatch until the straw grew heavy and dark, and drips found their way through to the packed earth floor, creating small, dark puddles that reflected the gloom. The world outside dissolved into shades of gray and brown, the field paths turning to mud that clung to boots and hems with a thick, sucking insistence. Work in the fields became impossible, a misery of cold and wet. Instead, the time was spent indoors, in the dim, damp hut. Repairs were made that were usually postponed. A man might work on fashioning a new handle for a hoe, the shaving of wood with a knife creating small, pale curls that fell to the floor. A woman might reweave a section of a basket, her fingers moving with methodical patience. The air grew thick with the smell of wet wool and damp earth. The fire smoked more than usual, the wood damp, the smoke reluctant to rise through the saturated thatch. It was a time of waiting, of listening to the steady patter on the roof, a sound that became the backdrop to every thought and action. The pottage pot simmered, its steam adding to the dampness in the air. Meals were eaten in the same gloom, the taste of the stew mingling with the taste of damp. It was a suspension of normal life, a retreat into the small, dark shell of the home, a reminder of how closely existence was tied to the mood of the sky. The stream, swollen with the rain, ran faster and darker, its banks overflowing into the water meadows. It was here, in the days after the rain ceased, that certain tasks were done. The washing of heavier linens, the scrubbing of wooden bowls with sand and water. The water was cold, numbing the hands quickly. The women worked in a line, kneeling on the bank, the wet fabric heavy and resistant. They beat it against flat stones, a rhythmic, slapping sound that echoed dully. Conversation was sparse, functional. The work was hard and unpleasant, but necessary. The clean items were laid over bushes to dry, pale shapes against the green and brown of the bank, absorbing what weak sunlight filtered through the retreating clouds. Children might play at the edge, skipping stones or poking sticks into the mud, their voices carrying across the water. It was a moment of communal labor, a brief gathering that broke the isolation of the individual huts. Afterward, the walk back was with arms full of damp, clean cloth, the weight a promise of a slight improvement in the close atmosphere of the home. The stream returned to its normal course, the extra water having passed through, leaving debris caught in the grasses at the edge, a tittle-line of the recent storm. In the depth of winter, when the ground was iron-hard with frost, another kind of work took place. The forest was quieter, the canopy bare, allowing a cold, clear light to penetrate to the floor. This was the time for coppicing, for cutting wood for the next year's fuel and tools. The sound of axes against tree trunks was sharp and percussive in the still air. Breath clouded before the men's faces. They worked in pairs, taking turns, the rhythm of the blows measured and steady. The trees chosen were not the great oaks, but the smaller, faster-growing alder, hazel, and ash, cut in rotation to ensure a perpetual supply. The poles were trimmed of branches, bundled, and dragged back to the village on crude sledges that hissed over the frozen ground. It was heavy, satisfying labor that generated its own heat. The stacks of wood grew against the sides of huts, a visual promise of warmth against future cold. The scent of fresh-cut wood, sap frozen in the grain, was a clean, sharp smell in the nose. The work ended when the light began to fail, the blue shadows lengthening between the trees. The walk home was in a silent, frozen world, the only sound the crunch of boots on frost and the distant call of a crow. Inside, during these winter days, light was a precious commodity. The fire provided some, a flickering orange light that danced on the walls. But for close work, a rushlight might be used. Rushes were gathered from the marsh in summer, dried, then dipped repeatedly in melted animal fat. When lit, they gave a small, greasy, smoky flame that burned for perhaps half an hour. It was a feeble light, barely pushing back the darkness, casting huge, wavering shadows. One would sit very close to it, squinting to thread a needle or mend a net. The smell of the burning fat was pungent and clung to everything. It was light that emphasized the darkness around it, a tiny island of visibility in a sea of night. Reading was not a consideration. The light was for work only, and even then it was poor. Mostly, when the true dark fell, activity ceased. People sat near the hearth, hands idle, listening to the wind, or they retired to their bedding, where the darkness was complete and absolute, a physical presence. In that darkness, the mind could either race with unnamed anxieties or sink into a kind of blank stillness, a hibernation of the senses. The arrival of a traveling peddler was an event, a break in the monotony. He came perhaps twice a year, his pack heavy with oddments from a wider world. He would set up in the village common, his goods laid out on a piece of waxed cloth. There were needles of brass, small and sharp. There were pins. There were ribbons of faded color, fragments of finer cloth from the cities. There might be a knife with a good steel blade, a prized object. There were spices in tiny packets, pepper, cinnamon, unimaginable luxuries. The villagers would gather, not crowding, but looking with a cautious curiosity. Few had coin. Barter was the method: a dozen eggs, a chicken, a length of homespun wool in exchange for a small metal item. The transactions were slow, deliberate, accompanied by quiet talk. The peddler brought news, too, stories of roads and distant towns, of the health of the king, of wars in foreign lands. This news was consumed as hungrily as any spice, a taste of a world beyond the field strips and the forest edge. The peddler's visit was brief, a day at most. Then he would shoulder his pack, now lighter in some ways, heavier in others with his bartered goods, and move on to the next village. After he left, a slight melancholy would settle. The world shrank back to its familiar boundaries. The purchased needle, however, remained a small, hard point of connection to that wider existence, used carefully until it was lost or broken. Spring returned not with a sudden warmth, but with a gradual softening. The snow receded, leaving the fields sodden and brown. The first true sign was not sight, but sound. The return of birdsong at dawn, a tentative chorus that grew stronger each day. Then came the green, a faint haze on the branches of the willow trees by the stream, then a shimmer across the fallow fields as new grass pushed through. The air lost its knife's edge, though mornings were still sharp with frost. The work began again, the plowing of the strips, the oxen lean from winter, moving slowly through the mud. The smell of turned earth was rich and profound, a promise of renewal. The body, stiff from winter's inactivity, protested, then adapted. Days grew incrementally longer, the light lingering after the evening meal. Hope was not an emotion, but a physical fact tied to the sun's strength and the green of the shoots. The pottage pot began to see new ingredients. The first bitter dandelion greens, a handful of wild chives. The change in taste was slight, but significant, a punctuation mark in the long sentence of winter fare. The village seemed to exhale, shoulders loosening, faces turning toward the weak sun during a break. It was not joy, but relief, a primal recognition that the hardest part had passed once more. The cycle held. The wheel turned. The days began to assume their familiar, labor-filled shape, a shape that felt, in its return, almost like comfort. The quiet moments were the most pervasive, the spaces between actions. Sitting on a stool by the door in the late afternoon sun, a brief warmth on the face. Watching the chickens scratch in the dirt. Mending a fishing net, the knots familiar to the fingers without need for eyes. Peeling a turnip, the skin coming away in long, pale strips. These were moments without thought, or with thoughts as slow and meandering as a stream. The mind rested in the simple doing, in the sensory input of the task. The feel of the twine, the smell of the turnip, the heat of the sun. There was no need for meaning beyond the action itself. This was the mental landscape of a life bound to necessity. Philosophy was the understanding of when to plant barley. Theology was the ritual of the Mass and the hope it provided. Art was the pattern woven into a basket, the functional made slightly pleasing. Beauty was the sudden appearance of foxgloves in a forest clearing, or the way the mist hung over the river at dawn. These things were noticed, perhaps, but not remarked upon. They were part of the fabric, threads in the weave. The goal of each day was not achievement, but equilibrium. To have fed the family, maintained the home, fulfilled the obligations, and reached the nightfall with no new disaster. Success was an absence of hunger, of illness, of the Lord's displeasure. It was a life measured in small survivals, in the continued turning of the daily wheel, in the steady, patient endurance of the body and the land, season after season, year after endless year. The midden heap, at the edge of the clearing where the huts clustered, was a slow, organic monument to daily life. It was not a single event of disposal, but a gradual accretion, a layering of ashes from the hearth, of broken pottery shards too small for any use, of animal bones gnawed clean, of spoiled vegetable matter, of human waste carefully collected and added. Its smell was not sharply foul, but a deep, complex odor of decay and earth, of something returning to its components. In the rain, it seeped a dark liquid that stained the ground around it. In summer, flies hovered above it in a shimmering cloud. Yet it was not merely waste. It was future fertility. Periodically, material from its well-rotted base would be carted out to the field strips and spread, a rough, black nourishment for the soil. Everything was part of a circle. The food from the earth returned to the earth transformed. The midden was a physical record, an archaeology of the ordinary. A lost button, a broken comb, a child's worn-out shoe, all eventually found their way there, sinking slowly into the soft, dark matrix. It was a place of endings that were also beginnings, a slow, silent engine of renewal at the village edge. The evening light in summer had a particular quality, a golden thickness that seemed to slow time itself. After the last chores were done, the animals shut in, the fire banked for cooking the next morning's pottage. People might sit outside their doors for a short while. The air was still warm, carrying the scent of hay from the nearby meadow. The sounds of day birds ceased, replaced by the first tentative chirring of crickets. There was no conversation, often, just sitting, watching the swallows dart and wheel against the darkening blue. Bodies ached, but it was a familiar ache, a testament to a day fully spent. A hand might rest on a knee, the skin rough and mapped with lines of dirt that no washing could fully erase. A gaze might drift across the thatched roofs to the line of trees that marked the edge of the known world. Thoughts, if they came, were simple and immediate. A hope that the good weather would hold for the haymaking, a faint worry over a cow's limp, the memory of a similar evening from a childhood that felt both recent and impossibly distant. This was the day's true rest, not sleep, but this motionless suspension between day and night. It lasted only as long as the light held. Then, as the first star appeared, a slight chill would rise from the ground, and one by one, the figures would rise, stretch stiffly, and retreat indoors, closing the door on the gathering night. The well was a point of convergence, especially in the morning. Its stone rim was worn smooth by the touch of countless hands and the rub of countless ropes. The bucket, made of staves bound with iron, hit the water with a distant, echoing splash. The hauling up was a short, straining pull, the rope wet and cold. Water was heavy, and the journey back to the hut, carrying the full bucket in one hand, was a careful exercise in balance. The other hand held out to steady the sloshing weight. Spills darkened the dust of the path. At the well, brief, murmured greetings were exchanged between women. The rain has helped the stream, one might say. Another would reply. News was passed in these fragments. A birth, a death, a rumor from the manor. It was a feminine space, this daily gathering. The water itself was cool and clear, drawn from deep underground, tasting of stone and darkness. It was a good well, not tainted. They knew this not by science, but by experience. No one sickened from it. It was a small, vital blessing. After collecting the day's supply, they would part, each following their own path back to the waiting tasks. The water's weight, a tangible connection to one of life's most fundamental needs. Winter nights were so long they seemed to stretch into one another. A continuous dark broken only by the dim cycle of days. The cold became a character in the room, a presence that settled in the corners and against the walls. People slept in their clothes in whatever layers they possessed. The family might all share the same sleeping space, a loft or a corner piled with straw, huddled together for warmth. Body heat was a shared commodity. The sounds of sleep were all around. The soft, regular breathing of a child, the deeper, rattling snore of a man, the shift of a body trying to find a more comfortable position on the unyielding bed. Dreams, when they came, were likely simple and literal dreams of warmth, of bread, of summer sun. Sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, someone would wake, stirred by the cold or a cramp. They would lie still, listening to the wind howl outside, feeling the press of the dark, waiting for sleep to reclaim them. Time lost its meaning in that blackness. The night was a vast, empty space to be endured, a tunnel with no visible end. The only marker was the eventual, almost imperceptible lightning of the window opening from black to gray, signaling that another day of winter had arrived, similar in every way to the one before. The forest in high summer was a different world from the bare winter wood. The canopy closed overhead, creating a green, dappled shade that felt cooler, quieter. The air was thick with the scent of leaf mold and blooming honeysuckle. Sunlight fell in scattered coins on the forest floor. This was where certain resources were gathered with care. Fallen branches for kindling, specific types of fungi that were known to be safe, medicinal plants, the leaves of plantain for bruises, the flowers of elder for cordials. The gathering was a solitary task, or one done in pairs, moving slowly, eyes scanning the ground. It required knowledge, a lore passed from mother to daughter. A mistake could be costly, but when done correctly, it provided small advantages. A salve for a burn, a tea to calm a feverish child, a flavoring for a bland stew. The forest was not a friendly place, but it was a necessary one, a partner in survival. Its depths were avoided. Stories lingered of wolves, of spirits, of getting lost. But its edges were a known quantity, a reliable, if limited, source of extras. A woman might spend an hour there, her basket slowly filling, the only sounds the rustle of her own movement and the distant call of a wood pigeon. It was a peaceful interlude, a break from the more demanding labor of the home and field, a moment of quiet concentration in the green stillness. The church's feast days imposed a different rhythm, a mandatory pause. Work ceased not out of leisure, but out of decree. The village presented a stilled version of itself. Without the usual movement to the fields, the lanes were quiet. People dressed in their best, which was to say their least patched, and walked in family groups to the stone building. The service was longer, the incense thicker, the chanting more elaborate. Afterward, there might be a modest gathering on the green. Ale from the Lord's brewery might be distributed, a slightly better quality than the home-brewed small beer. There could be simple games for the children, a race, a game of bowls with wooden balls. For a few hours, the relentless pressure of subsistence eased. Faces looked less strained. Laughter, though still quiet, was heard more frequently. It was a social reinforcement, a reminder that they were a community bound not just by labor and lord, but by shared ritual and belief. The feast day meal was a slight variation, perhaps a piece of salted fish instead of pottage, or a pottage enriched with a bit of bacon saved for the occasion. The taste was a minor celebration. As the afternoon waned, the gathering would disperse. The sense of respite faded, replaced by the familiar awareness of the chores waiting at home, the animals needing tending, the fire needing fuel. The holiday was a shallow pool of calm in the steady river of work, its effects brief but psychologically necessary, a stitch that reinforced the fabric of the ordinary. The body itself was a record. A man's hands were broad, the fingers thickened, the nails broken and blackened with soil that never fully washed out. The palms were calloused into leather, lines deep and ingrained. His back was permanently slightly bent from years of plowing and hoeing, a subtle curve that became more pronounced with age. His face was lined not with expression, but with exposure. Squint lines from the sun, grooves from the wind, a general weathering that made his age difficult to guess. A woman's hands were similarly worn, but with different patterns, the repetitive motion of spinning, of scrubbing, of grinding grain. Her shoulders might be strong from carrying water and children. Her posture was often stooped from hours at the loom or the cooking fire. Both bore the marks of illness survived. A slight limp from a poorly set bone, a cough that lingered after a winter fever, scars from accidents with tools or cooking fires. Teeth were worn down, some missing, others dark with decay. Pain was a constant, low-level companion in certain joints, especially in the cold. The body was not a temple, but a tool, a beast of burden that was used hard and wore out predictably. It was not loved, but it was relied upon absolutely. Its failures were personal catastrophes. Its endurance was a quiet source of pride, a testament to a life fully, physically lived. The silence of the night, after the last ember had faded to black, was absolute and profound. It was a silence of depth, not of absence. Within it, small sounds became vast. The scrabble of a mouse in the thatch, the sigh of a sleeping child, the creak of a timber cooling. For someone lying awake, it was a time of acute isolation, a feeling of being the only conscious thing in a sleeping world. The darkness was so complete it felt like a weight on the eyes. In this void, the mind could float free of the day's anchors. There was no visual distraction, no immediate task to perform. Thoughts could turn inward to memories, to worries, to the simple, strange fact of existence in this particular body, in this particular place, in this long sweep of time. Could be a time of fear, of listening for unusual sounds that might mean danger. Or it could be a time of a peculiar, empty peace. The burdens of the day were temporarily suspended, not gone, but held at bay by the night's impenetrable curtain. Eventually, exhaustion would win, and consciousness would dissolve back into the formless dark, merging with the silence until the first gray light of dawn began, once more, to separate the world into shapes, and the cycle began again, as it had for countless generations, and as it would for countless more, an endless loop of toil and rest, hunger and fullness, light and dark, without climax, without finale, simply continuing. The grinding of grain was a sound woven into the fabric of the week, a deep, rhythmic rumble that spoke of transformation. At the Lord's mill, the great water wheel turned with a slow, inevitable force, its wood groaning against the flow of the stream. Inside, the air was thick with a fine, floating dust that coated every surface and caught in the throat. The millstones, immense circles of granite, ground against one another with a sound like distant thunder. The grain poured into the central hole disappeared, crushed between the stones, and emerged as a coarse, pale powder that collected in the wooden trough beneath. The miller, a figure of local importance and often suspicion, moved with a surety born of long habit, his hands and clothes ghostly with flour. For the peasant, bringing his sack of barley or rye was a moment of both necessity and loss. A portion, the multure, was taken as payment. The miller's toll. The fresh milled flour had a warm, nutty scent, a promise of bread to come. The walk home with the lighter, yet more valuable sack was a careful one, protecting the contents from damp or spill. This flour was the foundation of everything, the ground essence of the field's labor, now rendered into a form that could sustain life. Its processing was a communal necessity, a point of contact with a technology beyond the hut, a reminder of the interconnected gears of the feudal world. The care of animals was a thread of responsibility that ran through every day. The few sheep were more valuable for their wool than their meat, a walking resource that needed guarding. They were led to common pasture in the morning, watched by a child or an elder too frail for field work. The task was monotonous, a long day of sitting or standing, a stick in hand, ensuring the sheep did not wander into the Lord's grain or the edge of the dangerous forest. The cow, if a family was fortunate enough to have one, was a center of household economy. Its milk, its eventual meat, its labor in pulling a plow or cart, its dung for fuel and fertilizer, all were vital. It was housed in a byre attached to the hut, its warm, grassy breath enlowing a familiar presence through the thin wall. Cleaning its stall was a daily chore, the straw and manure added to the midden heap. The pig was the true converter of waste to wealth, fed on scraps and acorns in the autumn woods, fattening for the winter slaughter. These animals were not pets. They were partners in survival, their health and productivity a constant concern. Their sounds, their smells, their needs dictated portions of the day, creating a secondary rhythm alongside the human one. Their deaths, when they came, were utilitarian but not without feeling. They represented the culmination of much care, and their passing meant a temporary abundance of meat, fat, and leather that would be used with thorough, almost reverent efficiency. The sky was the ultimate arbiter, a vast, indifferent slate upon which fate was written. It was watched constantly. In the morning, its color was noted. A clear, hard blue promised a good day for labor. A milky, hazy white might mean enduring heat. A low, bruised gray threatened rain. The formation of clouds was read like a text. Fast-moving, ragged clouds meant wind and change. Towering, anvil-headed cumulus could bring summer storms. The direction of the wind was of paramount importance. An east wind in spring could bring a killing frost. A west wind often brought rain. At night, the clarity of the stars might hint at a cold morning. This weather wisdom was empirical, passed down, and crucial. There were no forecasts, only signs and lived experience. A mistake in reading the sky could mean a ruined harvest, soaked hay, or a fruitless day of labor. The peasant's relationship with the weather was one of profound vulnerability and acute observation. It dictated mood and possibility. A string of sunny days during harvest was a blessing spoken of in prayers of thanks. A week of rain during planting was a quiet calamity. The sky's moods were absorbed into the bones, a constant, low-grade dialogue between human intention and celestial force. The concept of cleanliness was alien in its modern form. Bathing, in the sense of full immersion, was a rare event, perhaps once or twice a year, and often tied to communal festivals or the demands of the church before a major holiday. Water was too heavy to heat in large quantities, and the lack of privacy made it impractical. Instead, washing was partial. Hands and face in the morning from the shared basin, feet perhaps at the end of a muddy day. Clothes were worn until they were visibly soiled or stiff with sweat, then beaten clean at the stream. Lice and fleas were endemic, a fact of life. The body's own smell was familiar, layered with wood smoke, soil, and the subtle odor of wool and linen. Perfume was unknown. The smell of the home was a complex tapestry of smoke, drying herbs, cooking grain, damp earth, and the animals who shared the space. It was not considered foul. It was simply the smell of life. To be overly concerned with cleanliness would have been an unaffordable luxury, a misdirection of energy from the pressing tasks of survival. Health was maintained not through sterility, but through hardiness, through adaptation to an environment where germs and parasites were constant companions. The immune system was a tested, robust thing, forged in the dirt and the crowded, shared air of the home. The passage of a life was marked not by birthdays, but by capabilities and roles. A child became useful when they could reliably fetch water or mind sheep. Adolescence was signaled by taking on adult work in the fields or at the loom. Marriage was an economic arrangement as much as a personal one, combining labor and resources. It was often delayed until a holding could be secured, sometimes well into the 20s. Parenthood followed, the prime of life, a long stretch of relentless productivity, of raising children and producing food, a period where one's strength was fully leveraged by the family and the Lord. Middle age came early, the body worn down by decades of labor. A man or woman of 40 was old, bearing the accumulated injuries and ailments of a hard life. Grandparenthood brought a shift, a move toward lighter duties. Minding grandchildren, spinning, preparing herbs. Death often came not from old age in a modern sense, but from a final, overwhelming challenge to a weakened system. A bad winter, a pneumonia, an infected wound. The end was typically at home, surrounded by family, the rituals of passage administered by the parish priest. The grave was in the churchyard, the marker a simple stone, if any. The individual was mourned, but their absence was quickly filled by the needs of the living. Their name might linger a generation in memory, in a story told by the fire, before fading into the collective, anonymous history of the village, as the cycle continued to turn, drawing the next generation into its familiar, demanding embrace. The quality of light changed with the hours in a way that dictated activity. The first gray light of dawn was for rising, for stirring the fire, for beginning the pottage. The clear, horizontal light of mid-morning was for focused field work. The high, glaring light of noon was for a brief rest, for eating in whatever shade could be found. The long, golden, slanted light of late afternoon was for finishing tasks, for bringing animals in, for the final chores. The fading blue twilight was for the last, quiet moments outdoors. The absolute dark of night was for stillness, for sleep. Artificial light was so poor and costly that activities were rigidly tied to the sun's passage. In winter, this meant a profound contraction of the waking day. Lives were literally shaped by the arc of the sun, a dependency so complete it was rarely considered. The moon cycles provided a secondary rhythm, its full light a rare gift that allowed for movement outside after dark, for stolen moments of socialization or illicit travel. But mostly, the world shrank to the hearth's circle of light once the sun set. This tie to natural light forged a deep, physiological connection to the rhythms of the planet, a synchronicity that modern life has largely severed. The body's clock was the sun's clock. Fatigue came with darkness, wakefulness with the dawn, in an unbroken, ancient pattern. Trade within the village was a matter of barter and small favors, an economy of mutual need. A woman skilled at cheesemaking might trade a small round for a length of yarn spun by her neighbor. A man good with thatching might help repair a roof in exchange for a day's labor on his own strip of land later in the season. These transactions were rarely formalized, existing on a web of trust and long-standing relationships. Money, in the form of silver pennies, was scarce and used mostly for obligations to the Lord or the church, or for purchasing items from the outside world, like the peddler's needles or salt. The local economy was one of use value. An object's worth was in its direct utility: a sharp knife, a warm cloak, a serviceable pot. Status was not displayed through accumulation of goods. There was no space for accumulation, but through competence, through a well-maintained home, through healthy children and animals, through a reputation for reliability. Envy was likely directed not at possessions, but at slight advantages. A family with a better situated field that caught more sun. A man whose skill with animals meant his cow gave more milk. These small inequalities were part of the landscape, accepted with a grudging realism. The goal was not to get ahead, but to not fall behind, to maintain the precarious equilibrium that meant survival. The mental landscape in such conditions likely possessed a certain narrow clarity. There were fewer choices and therefore less anxiety about choosing. The path of a life was largely predetermined by birth, by the strip of land one worked, by the demands of the season. Imagination was bounded by the tangible. The need for food, the threat of weather, the health of the family. Speculation about the nature of the universe, the meaning of life, would have been filtered entirely through the lens of religion, which provided ready-made, comforting answers. Superstition filled the gaps in understanding. A strange noise at night might be a spirit, a run of bad luck the result of a curse or a broken taboo. This was not ignorance so much as a different framework for explaining a capricious world. Boredom, in its modern sense of restless inactivity, may not have existed. There was always something that needed doing, even if it was repetitive. The mind found its engagement in the minute details of tasks. The precise angle to hold a sickle, the exact feel of dough that had been kneaded enough, the recognition of a plant's readiness for harvest. Satisfaction came from the completion of these small, necessary actions, from the tangible result of a woven length of cloth or a stacked pile of firewood. It was a life lived very close to the bone, where thought and action were rarely separate, where existence was an ongoing, physical conversation with the immediate world. The river was a vein of life, a slow-moving artery through the landscape, provided more than water. In its shallows, children learned to fish with simple lines and hooks carved from bone, hoping for the occasional silvery flicker of a minnow or perch to add to the pot. Women washed clothes on its banks, the rhythmic slap of wet fabric on stone a sound of communal labor. This current powered the Lord's mill, that essential grinding heart. In summer, its coolness was a relief, though full immersion was rare, and usually for practical purposes like retrieving something dropped or cleaning after messy work. The river also marked boundaries between village lands and the next manor, between the safe, cultivated fields and the wilder woods beyond. It was a corridor for news, as travelers and bargemen might pass, bringing word from downstream. But it was also a threat. In spring thaw or after heavy rains, it could swell, bursting its banks and flooding the lower meadows, ruining early plantings. It demanded respect. Drowning was a common danger. Yet, daily life oriented itself around the river's presence. Paths led to its fords, settlements clustered near its reliable flow. It was a constant, murmuring companion, its sound so ingrained it was only noticed in its absence, during the rare, frozen silence of a deep winter when its surface turned to stone. The tools of daily life were extensions of the body, worn smooth by countless hands. The wooden-handled sickle, its iron blade curved like a talon, was used for harvesting grain, a swinging motion close to the ground that required a bent back for hours. The adze for shaping wood, the hammer for driving pegs, the awl for punching holes in leather, each had a specific heft and balance known intimately. They were repaired, not replaced. A cracked handle was bound with wet leather that shrank tight as it dried. A dull blade was painstakingly sharpened on a whetstone. The rhythmic shhhk sound a meditation in itself. Tools were often inherited, the handle bearing the polish of a father's or grandfather's grip, a physical connection to generations past. They were stored with care, hung on pegs or laid in chests, for without them, labor became impossible, survival precarious. Their making was a specialized skill, often the work of the village blacksmith or a traveling craftsman, acquired at significant cost. Therefore, they were treated with a near-reverent practicality. To hold a well-made tool was to feel a potential for action, for shaping the world in a small, immediate way, to split wood, to till soil, to build a fence. They were the direct intermediaries between human will and the resistant materials of the earth. The night sky, untroubled by any artificial glow, was a vast, star-strewn tapestry that inspired not wonder in an artistic sense, but a deeper, more functional awe. The constellations were not just patterns. They were guides. The wheel of the stars marked the season's turn more reliably than any calendar. The position of certain stars at dusk told farmers when to sow winter wheat. The Milky Way was a shimmering road across the heavens, its presence a constant. This celestial knowledge was folk knowledge, passed down in phrases and proverbs. When the Pleiades rise, begin your harvest. The moon's phases governed activities like slaughtering, done on the waning moon so meat would keep better, it was believed, and planting. Eclipses and comets were portents of great dread, signs of divine displeasure that could paralyze a village with fear. The sky was the one part of their environment that was utterly beyond manipulation or control, yet it dictated the rhythms of their existence. To look up on a clear winter night was to feel a crushing smallness, but also a place in an immense, ordered system. It provided a cosmic scale for their tiny, earthbound struggles, a reminder that their lives, however hard, were part of a grand, silent machinery whose rules they could observe but never influence. The interior of the church was the only space most peasants ever entered that was built for permanence and something beyond utility. Its stone walls were thick, holding a cool quiet even in summer. The light was colored where it fell through small panes of stained glass, painting the dusty air with ruby and sapphire fragments. The smell was of cold stone, beeswax from the candles on the altar, and the faint, sweet decay of old incense. The statues of saints, painted in faded colors, gazed down with impassive eyes. For people whose homes were dark, smoky, and crowded, the church's vast, hollow space must have felt profoundly different, both awe-inspiring and alien. It was here they heard the Latin Mass, the priest spake to them, his words a mysterious incantation that held the keys to salvation. It was here they were baptized, married, and from where they were buried. The church was the framework for their understanding of time, morality, and the afterlife. Its authority was absolute, woven into the very fabric of reality. To disobey the church was to risk not just social ostracism, but eternal damnation. This stone building, the most substantial structure they knew, was a physical manifestation of that power, an anchor point between their muddy, mortal world and the terrifying, glorious realm of the divine. The experience of time was not linear, but cyclical and repetitive. A year was not a line moving forward, but a circle, returning to the same points. Plowing, sowing, weeding, harvesting, slaughtering. The past was not a different country, but yesterday's weather, last year's poor yield, the way one's father had done a task. The future was the next season, the impending winter, the hope that a child would live to adulthood. There was little concept of progress. Life was not expected to get easier or fundamentally different. The stories told were not of innovation, but of recurrence. Tales of legendary floods, of great famines, of moments when the familiar cycle had been broken by catastrophe. This cyclical view fostered a deep conservatism and resilience. What worked was repeated precisely because it had worked before. Experimentation was a risk that could lead to starvation. This is why practices could remain unchanged for centuries. Time was also felt in the body's own cycles of energy and fatigue, in the graying of hair, in the slowing of movement with age. It was a slow, patient force, like erosion, wearing away at the individual while the pattern of the village life remained, stubbornly, endlessly the same. The minutes and hours of the modern world did not exist. There were only tasks, and the light in which to do them, and the gradual accumulation of seasons in one's bones. The forest's edge at twilight was a threshold between worlds. As the sun dipped below the trees, the familiar, usable space of the meadow gave way to a wall of deepening shadow. The sounds changed, the day birds fell silent, and the first hoots of owls echoed from the darkening wood. This was the time to be heading home. Folklore populated this transitional space with dangers. The wilk or werewolf, mischievous spirits, the souls of the unbaptized. These stories served a practical purpose. They kept people from venturing into the forest at night, where real dangers like wolves, boars, or simply getting lost awaited. The hearth fire, once lit against the coming dark, was a symbolic defiance of this outer wilderness. The circle of its light defined safety, community, and human order. The world beyond that circle was older, wilder, and indifferent. This daily confrontation with the edge of the known shaped a mindset that was both deeply connected to nature and deeply wary of it. The forest provided, but it also consumed. It was a necessary partner and a perpetual threat, a relationship of cautious, respectful tension that was renewed every evening as the shadows lengthened and the hut's door was closed firmly against the gathering night. Silence, true silence, was a rare commodity. Even at night, the world was not silent. There was the wind in the thatch, the settling of the house timbers, the call of night birds, the rustle of small animals. During the day, sound was a constant texture. The chop of an axe, the lowing of cattle, the distant shouts of children, the rhythmic scratch of a hoe in soil. Human conversation was often spare and functional, leaving long stretches where the ambient soundscape took over. This lack of artificial noise, no machinery, no constant media, meant that the natural soundscape was deeply ingrained. People could identify animal sounds, weather changes, and the approach of others by subtle auditory cues. This acute listening was a survival skill. It also meant that the mind was less crowded with external input, left to dwell in a state of semi-attention to the immediate environment. Boredom, in the sense of craving stimulation, was unlikely. The environment itself provided a slow, shifting pattern of sound and sensation that was sufficient to occupy the background of consciousness, leaving the foreground free for the methodical execution of tasks, or for the blank, thoughtless state that comes from deep physical fatigue. The end of a life was as integrated into the daily fabric as its beginning. When death was imminent, the priest was called to administer the last rites. The body was then laid out in the home, washed by the women of the family. A penny might be placed on the tongue to pay the ferryman for the crossing of the mythical river, a pagan holdover within Christian practice. The wake was a vigil kept by family and neighbors, a time for quiet remembrance, for practical arrangements, for the communal acknowledgement of loss. Burial was swift, within a day or two, in the consecrated ground of the churchyard. The grave was dug by friends or family. The marker, if any, was simple. The possessions of the deceased were distributed according to need and custom. Tools to sons, linens to daughters, the best garment perhaps saved for the next wedding or feast day. Grief was real and felt, but its expression was tempered by necessity. The fields still needed tending, the animals feeding, the pottage stirring. Mourning was woven into the ongoing work, not separate from it. The absence left by the dead was a tangible space, an empty place at the table, a missing sound in the room. But the relentless cycle of subsistence allowed little time for prolonged contemplation of that absence. Life, in its brute, daily demands, moved on, slowly filling the empty space with the press of immediate need, until the memory of the person faded from daily thought, preserved only in the occasional story, or in the worn handle of a tool that still bore the shape of their hand. The first frost of autumn was not an announcement, but a gradual seizing. It began as a silvering on the grass in the low-lying meadows, visible in the half-light of dawn. The air acquired a new, sharp clarity, a bite that made the lungs feel cold and clean. For a few hours each morning, the world was immobilized. The mud of the paths hardened into treacherous ruts, the last of the garden plants blackened and limp. The work of the day started later, waiting for the sun's weak touch to loosen the ground's grip. Harvest was over by this point, the fields stripped bare, the grain stored. Now the focus turned inward to preparation. The slaughter of animals chosen for winter meat was a somber, busy time. The butchering was a communal skill, neighbors helping one another, turning a single pig or cow into a systematic array of usable parts. Meat for salting or smoking, fat for rendering into lard, bones for broth, hide for tanning. Nothing was wasted. The offal was eaten first, in a fresh feast that was a rare luxury of abundance. The smell of wood smoke now carried the richer, greasier scent of smoking meat, as flitches of bacon and sides of pork hung in the chimney space, curing slowly over weeks of smoldering fires. This was the season of preservation, of battening down, of calculating whether the stores would last until spring. The frost was a warning, a reminder of the long silence to come. Inside the hut, as winter tightened its hold, the range of movement shrank to the hearth's radius. The far corners of the single room grew so cold that moisture beaded on the walls. Tasks were pulled close to the fire. Spinning, mending, tool repair, all happened within the circle of heat and flickering light. The body learned to move economically, to rise from a stool and fetch something from across the room in a few quick steps, returning to the precious warmth. Conversation, when it occurred, was low and practical, concerning the depth of the woodpile, the health of the animals in the byre, the remaining sacks of grain. There was a collective, unspoken gauging of resources, a mental tracking of turnips and cabbages in the storage pit, of dried peas in the clay pot. The outside world became a series of reports delivered by whoever ventured out. The ice on the stream is thick enough to bear weight. The Lord's forester was seen hunting. The snow has drifted against the north wall of the church. Time was measured in the consumption of fuel and food. A day was marked by how much wood was burned, how much pottage was eaten, how many times someone had to go out to the privy or the byre, each exit a brief, shocking confrontation with the frozen air. The interior world became a capsule, self-contained, holding the fragile warmth of life against the vast, indifferent cold. Spring's arrival was not a single day, but a series of small, cumulative victories. The first was the sound of running water, as the ice in the stream's shallows began to crack and melt. Then came the softening of the ground underfoot, the mud returning, but a mud that promised growth, not just decay. The most potent sign was the smell, the scent of wet earth warming in the sun, a rich, fecund odor that had been absent for months. Work began in earnest, a sudden unleashing of pent-up energy. The plow was dragged out, the oxen yoked. The first turning of the soil was a hard fight against the compacted earth, but it was a fight that felt hopeful. Seeds were counted, sorted, prayed over in a sense. Planting was a slow, bent-backed procession down the field strips, each seed placed with a care that felt like an act of faith. The body, stiff from winter's idleness, protested loudly for the first few days, then remembered its old strength. The days grew visibly longer, the evening light lingering, allowing work to continue past the time when winter would have forced a retreat indoors. The pottage pot began to change, reflecting the new season. A handful of tender nettle tops, the first sharp wild garlic, a few precious early peas. The taste was still simple, but it held a note of green, of renewal. The relentless labor was the same, but its character was different. It was labor aimed at creation, at calling food forth from the earth, rather than the defensive labor of winter, which was aimed at mere preservation. The market town, a day's walk away, was a rare destination, perhaps once or twice a year. The journey itself was an event, following winding tracks through woods and across fields. Arriving was a sensory overload. The press of people, the cacophony of livestock and traders, the unfamiliar smells of spices and tanned leather and strange foods. Peasants from outlying villages would bring what small surplus they had. A few eggs, a chicken, some woven baskets, a sack of wool. They would stand quietly behind their meager offerings, eyes taking in the scene. Here, the hierarchy of the world was on display. Burghers in finer wool, knights on horseback, the lord's officials collecting tolls. Money changed hands more frequently here, a clinking of coins that was unusual in village life. A peasant might sell his goods for a few pennies, then carefully spend them on a piece of iron for a tool, a ceramic pot to replace a broken one, a small amount of salt, a precious commodity. The experience was likely overwhelming and exhausting. The noise, the bargaining, the vigilance required to guard one's few possessions in the crowd. By afternoon, the return journey would begin, the purchased items carefully wrapped, the mind full of the sights and sounds of a wider, busier world. Arriving home after dark, the hut felt smaller, quieter, safer. The trip was a puncture in the isolation of village life, a reminder of networks of trade and power that lay beyond the fields, but it also reinforced the simplicity of the peasant's own existence, a world away from the complicated bustle of the town. The psychology of such an existence is difficult to reconstruct, but its contours can be guessed. Satisfaction likely came from the absence of catastrophe. A day without accident, a meal that filled, a child's quiet sleep. Joy as a sustained emotion was probably rare and tied to specific, infrequent events. A good harvest, a healthy birth, a wedding feast. Anxiety was a more constant companion, a low-grade worry about weather, sickness, and the sufficiency of stores. Resentment toward the Lord and the system of obligations surely existed, but it was likely a smoldering, passive thing, expressed in grumbling and folk tales about clever peasants outwitting their masters, rather than in open revolt. The mental state was one of profound presentness, with survival hinging on the correct performance of daily and seasonal tasks. There was little cognitive space for abstract reflection or longing for a different life. The imagination was likely practical, concerned with solving immediate problems, how to mend a fence with the materials at hand, how to stretch the last of the grain. Faith provided a container for the unexplainable and the terrifying, offering a narrative that gave suffering meaning and promised a final reward. Superstition filled in the remaining gaps, offering a sense of control through rituals and taboos. It was a mindset shaped by narrow parameters, by a world with very few choices, and thus very little of the modern agony of choosing. The self was not a project to be realized, but a set of capabilities to be applied to the endless work of enduring. Identity was inextricable from one's role in the family and the village, from the strip of land one worked, from the skills one possessed. It was a life of deep, unspoken embeddedness, where the question, "Who am I?" would have been answered not with internal qualities, but with external facts. I am the son of John. I work the West Strip. I have a wife and 3 children. I owe 2 days' labor each week to the Lord. It was an existence without introspection, not because people were incapable of it, but because the constant, physical demands of survival left no energy for it. The mind was a tool for navigating the immediate world, and in that navigation, it found a kind of quiet, focused purpose, a purpose that required no name, for it was simply the purpose of continuing. The forge was a place of both mystery and mundane necessity, its presence marked long before it was seen by the rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil, a sound that carried across the fields on still days. Inside, the heat was a solid wall, even in winter a dry, intense radiance that pushed the cold far back. The smith, a figure streaked with soot and sweat, moved in the orange glow of the furnace, his arms corded with muscle from a lifetime of shaping iron. For the peasant, a visit to the forge was a serious undertaking. It meant a tool was broken beyond field repair, a plowshare cracked, an axe head split. The transaction was slow, deliberate. The old iron was examined, its quality assessed. Sometimes it could be reforged, the metal heated until it glowed a brilliant yellow, then beaten and folded back into usefulness. Other times, new iron had to be worked, a costly prospect. The peasant would wait, watching the mesmerizing dance of sparks with each hammer blow, feeling the sweat prickle on his own skin in the oppressive heat. The smell was of burning coal, hot metal, and scorched horn from the handles sometimes fitted there. When the work was done, the tool was plunged into a trough of water with a furious hiss, sending up a cloud of steam that smelled sharply of minerals. The new or mended tool was handed over, still warm, its weight and balance familiar yet renewed. Paying for it might take the form of grain, labor, or a carefully saved coin. Walking away with the heavy object, the peasant felt a mix of relief and economic anxiety. Relief that a vital instrument was restored, anxiety over the cost, over the delicate balance of his meager reserves now perturbed. The forge was a node of essential technology, a place where the village's connection to a wider world of mining and trade was made tangible in fire and iron. The texture of waiting was different in such a life. It was not the impatient waiting for an event, but a patient, ingrained waiting for processes to complete. Waiting for dough to rise under a cloth. Waiting for the sun to climb high enough to dry the dew from the hay. Waiting for the slow simmer of the pottage to soften the toughest turnip. Waiting for the rain to stop. Waiting for a child's fever to break. This waiting was active, a background state against which other small tasks were performed. It required a tolerance for slowness that modern life has largely eradicated. There was no hurrying the yeast, no accelerating the sun. One simply occupied the time with other methodical actions, or with stillness. This cultivated a profound relationship with duration itself. An hour was not a uniform block of time, but a sensory experience. The movement of a shadow across the floor, the gradual change in the sound of the wind, the incremental darkening of the sky. Boredom, in its frantic, restless form, did not thrive here. Instead, there was a kind of attentive patience, a submission to the pace of natural and domestic cycles. The mind learned to settle into these long, empty stretches, not as voids to be filled, but as the very medium of existence. It was in these waits that the subtle patterns of life were most clearly perceived. The way the light fell at a certain hour, the particular sound of a spouse's footsteps, the changing texture of the air before a storm. Waiting was not downtime. It was a deeper layer of time itself, experienced fully. The relationship with animals extended beyond the utilitarian. The ox that pulled the plow was a massive, slow-witted partner. Its strength was formidable, but it required careful handling, a certain tone of voice, a familiarity born of daily contact. A good ox was a treasure, and its loss could be a household catastrophe. The dog that slept by the hearth was less a pet and more a mobile alarm system and occasional hunting aid. But its familiar presence, the thump of its tail on the earth floor, was a note of uncomplicated companionship in a hard world. Even the chickens, scratching in the dirt, provided a rhythm of expectation with their daily egg, a small, perfect yield. The killing of an animal for food was not done lightly or without feeling. There were rituals, however simple, a respect for the life taken to sustain other lives. The bond was not sentimental, but it was profound, a mutual dependency forged in the daily sharing of space and the meeting of needs. These creatures were part of the household's economy of life and death, their sounds, smells, and habits woven into the fabric of the day. Their well-being was a direct contributor to human well-being. This created a proximity to the animal world that was both intimate and unsentimental, a constant reminder that life was a cycle of consumption and sacrifice, of which they were merely one part. The concept of beauty, for the medieval peasant, was likely rooted in utility and the rare moment of excess. A well-made basket, its weave tight and even, was beautiful because it would hold grain without spilling and last for years. A robust, healthy child was beautiful. A field of ripe barley swaying in the wind before a storm was beautiful because it represented survival. The aesthetic was inseparable from the functional and the fortunate. True, non-utilitarian beauty was encountered in the natural world, and perhaps in the church. The unexpected shaft of sunlight through forest leaves, the intricate pattern of frost on a frozen puddle, the colored light from a stained glass window painting the stone floor. These moments were likely felt, but not necessarily articulated. They were pauses, breaths taken in the midst of toil. There was no art for art's sake. Decoration, when it appeared on a carefully carved spoon handle or the border of a woven belt, was a simple affirmation of skill and a small rebellion against pure austerity. It added nothing to the object's function, and therefore everything to the human spirit of its maker. Beauty was a scarce resource, and thus all the more precious when encountered. It was not sought out, but received as a gift, a brief reminder that the world contained more than hunger, labor, and cold. The end of the day, true rest, was a sinking down into the body's accumulated fatigue. There was no leisure in the modern sense. After the last chore was done, the body simply ceased its labors. Sitting by the hearth, the mind would drift, unfocused, on the edge of sleep even before retiring. The transition to the sleeping pallet was a mere formality. Sleep came swiftly, a heavy, dreamless blanket pulled over consciousness. It was not always peaceful. Cramps, coughs, the cries of infants, the cold could all fracture it. But it was profound, a necessary reset for muscles and mind. Dreams, when remembered, were likely literal. Dreams of working, of eating, of familiar faces. The line between waking and sleeping was thinner, the body's needs so dominant that they dictated the terms of unconsciousness. Waking was not to an alarm, but to the internal clock of habit, to the first gray light, to the needs of animals, to the chill that meant the fire had burned low. The cycle of sleep and waking was as fundamental as the cycle of the seasons, a private, daily miniaturization of the larger rhythms of existence. In sleep, the burdens of consciousness were temporarily relinquished, the body repairing itself for another round of the same. It was a retreat, a small death each night, from which one rose to continue the long, patient work of living, a work that had no final chapter, only the turning of pages, day after identical day, in a story whose only plot was endurance. The quality of darkness inside the hut was not a mere absence of light, but a tangible substance. After the last ember was covered with ash, the blackness settled like a weight, so complete it seemed to press against the eyes. There was no distant glow of a town, no faint sheen from a street lamp. If the moon was new or hidden by clouds, the darkness was absolute. In this void, the other senses stretched and grew acute. The sound of a mouse gnawing in the thatch became a detailed journey across the ceiling. The rustle of straw as a sleeper turned was a small landslide. The wind, which during the day was a background noise, became a personality at night, moaning in the cracks, rattling the shutter with insistent fingers. The cold, held at bay by the day's residual heat and body warmth, began its slow creep from the walls, settling into the space around the sleepers. To lie awake in this darkness was to be unmoored from the visual world, adrift in a sea of sound and sensation and private thought. Time dissolved. Was it midnight or an hour before dawn? There was no way to know. The mind, stripped of its daily anchors, could wander into strange territories. Half-remembered fragments of the day, vague anxieties about the morrow, or a simple, blank acceptance of the dark. This nightly immersion in pure sensation and introspection was a psychological space entirely foreign to the modern world. A daily return to a primordial state where the external world ceased to impose its shapes, leaving only the internal landscape of the body and the quiet murmur of the self. The management of water was a constant, low-grade preoccupation. It was heavy, and its transport from well or stream was a daily expenditure of energy. Inside the hut, It was stored in large earthenware jars or wooden barrels. Its surface sometimes skimmed in the morning to remove dust or insects that had fallen in during the night. Its use was hierarchical. The cleanest water was for drinking and cooking. Water used for washing hands or vegetables might be saved and used again for washing floors or for the animals. Nothing was poured away thoughtlessly. To waste water was to waste the labor of carrying it. In summer, during droughts, the walk to the stream might grow longer as the banks receded, the water growing muddier, more precious. In winter, the well might freeze, requiring the exhausting work of breaking ice with an axe. Water dictated hygiene, cuisine, and health. The clarity and taste of one's water source was a fundamental fact of life, a daily reminder of vulnerability. There were no pipes, no pumps, no assurance of endless, easy flow. Every cupful was the result of effort, a tangible connection to the elemental world, a daily negotiation with a resource that was both benevolent and unreliable. The social fabric of the village was maintained not through grand events, but through a web of microscopic interactions and unspoken codes. A nod across a field, the lending of a tool for an afternoon, the sharing of news heard at the mill, the care for a neighbor's child while the mother was ill. These small acts of reciprocity were the glue of community. Conflict was dangerous in such close quarters, where everyone depended on everyone else for survival. Disputes over boundary stones or damaged crops were mediated by the village elders or the Lord's manor court. But the ideal was to avoid such formalities, to settle things quietly, through compromise or the weight of communal opinion. Gossip was a powerful social regulator, a way of enforcing norms without confrontation. Privacy, in a modern sense, scarcely existed. Lives were lived in a fishbowl. Births, deaths, arguments, illnesses, all were public knowledge. This lack of privacy bred a certain resilience to judgment, but also a deep conformity. To be ostracized was not just a social slight. It could mean practical disaster, the loss of the mutual aid that made survival possible. Therefore, the individual will was perpetually balanced against the needs and expectations of the group. The self was a node in a network, its value defined by its contributions to and its harmony with the whole. The experience of illness was a passive, terrifying descent into helplessness. There were no doctors for the poor, only the wise woman with her herbs and charms, and the prayers of the priest. Medicine was a blend of practical herbal knowledge and superstition. A fever might be treated with cooling compresses of lavender water, but also with prayers to Saint Roch, the patron saint of plague. Pain was endured because there were no effective analgesics. A broken limb might be set by the blacksmith or a shepherd experienced with animals, and would heal crookedly or not at all. Contagious diseases swept through the village with horrifying efficiency, their causes unknown, their progress unstoppable. To fall ill was to become a burden on the household, consuming resources while contributing nothing. It was also to confront mortality directly, intimately. Recovery was slow, a day-by-day gauging of strength against weakness, often with permanent scars or disabilities as the price. The line between health and sickness was thin and frequently crossed. This constant proximity to bodily failure cultivated a grim fatalism but also a profound gratitude for simple, pain-free days. The body's frailty was a fact of life, as present and undeniable as the weather. The passage of a single day, from the first stirring before dawn to the final surrender to sleep, was a miniature epic of sustained effort. It began in the cold dark, with the rasp of flint on steel to coax a spark onto tinder, the blowing on a tiny flame until it caught. The rekindling of the fire was the symbolic recreation of the world each morning. Then the routines unfolded: feeding animals, drawing water, stirring the pot, the trek to the fields. The work was physical, repetitive, demanding a focus that left little room for distraction. The midday meal was a brief punctuation, eaten quickly, often in the field itself. The afternoon was a mirror of the morning, a continuation of the same labors under a sun that had shifted its angle. The return at dusk was a weary procession. The evening chores were performed by the fading light. Animals secured, tools put away, the final meal eaten. Then the quiet, the fire watching, the slow subsiding into rest. There were no weekends, no holidays except the mandated church feasts. Each day was a self-contained unit of survival, nearly identical to the one before and the one to come. This repetition was not monotonous in a negative sense. It was the rhythm of life itself, a pattern so ingrained it felt like the natural order of the universe. To break the pattern was a sign of crisis, illness, disaster, death. Therefore, the successful completion of an ordinary day, with all its tasks discharged and all its members fed and sheltered, was a quiet victory, a small, daily triumph of order over chaos, of life persevering. It required no celebration, for it was its own reward, the profound, unspoken satisfaction of having endured, and being prepared to endure again tomorrow. The land did not belong to the peasant, but the peasant belonged to the land. This was not a philosophical concept, but a physical truth felt in the fibers of the muscles and the patterns of thought. The specific strips in the open fields, scattered so that each household had a share of good and bad soil, were not property but a lifelong tenancy, a grant from the Lord in exchange for labor and dues. Yet, to the man who worked them, they became as familiar as his own hands. He knew which corner held water after a rain, which stretch was prone to weeds, where the soil was thin and stony. He knew its yield in a good year and its meager return in a bad one. This knowledge was not written down but carried in the body, the particular ache in the back after plowing the heavy clay of the lower strip, the different sound the hoe made against the flinty soil of the upper slope. The land was a demanding partner. It gave, but only after it had taken. It required constant attention, a dialogue of labor, the turning, the planting, the weeding, the harvesting. The peasant's calendar was the land's calendar. His hopes were tied to its fertility. His fears were of its failure. In this relationship, there was no romance, only a deep, mutual entanglement. He shaped the land with his labor, and the land, in turn, shaped him, bending his posture, hardening his hands, narrowing his world to the cycle of its needs. He would die on this land, as his father had, and be buried in it, his body returning to the soil he had spent his life coaxing into giving life. It was an endless exchange, a closed loop of dependence and effort. The soundscape of the village was a layered composition that changed with the hour and season. At first light, it was a quiet world. The crow of a rooster, the low murmur of a cow in the byre, the soft clank of a pot being set over the fire. As the day began, the sounds multiplied. The rhythmic scrape of a scythe being sharpened, the calls of children sent to gather kindling, the distant shouts of men driving oxen to the field. The middle of the day, when many were away at work, brought a quieter hum, the buzz of flies, the chirp of sparrows, the faint, constant whisper of the wind through the thatch. Evening saw the return of human sounds, footsteps on the path, the splash of water at the well, the murmur of conversation as families gathered. Night reduced it all to a baseline. The crackle of a dying fire, the rustle of straw, the call of an owl from the wood. This soundscape was not noise. It was information, a change in the pattern, the sudden silence of birds, an unusual bark from a dog, the frantic ringing of the church bell, signaled event, danger, or alarm. The ear was trained to this acoustic environment, interpreting its nuances unconsciously. There was no escaping it, no headphones to create a private auditory world. One was immersed in the collective sound of life, a constant reminder of being part of a living, breathing organism. The village. The preparation of a simple meal was an act of alchemy that turned the raw and coarse into the edible and sustaining. Take the humble pea. Dried and hard as pebbles in their storage jar, they were poured into a pot and covered with water the night before. By morning, they had swollen, their skins wrinkled, their interiors softened. They were boiled for hours, often with a piece of salted pork fat if it could be spared, until they collapsed into a thick green-gray mash. This mash was seasoned with nothing more than a pinch of precious salt and perhaps some wild thyme. It was not delicious, but it was substantial, a dense packet of protein and carbohydrate that sat heavily in the stomach, providing slow-burning fuel for hours of labor. The transformation was slow, requiring forethought and fuel. There was no instant gratification. Cooking was a process of patient persuasion, of convincing inedible or barely edible things to yield their nourishment through the application of time, water, and heat. Every meal was the result of a chain of labor: planting, tending, harvesting, drying, storing, soaking, cooking. To eat was to consume the accumulated work of days and seasons. This imbued even the plainest fare with a gravity, a significance that had nothing to do with pleasure and everything to do with the acknowledgement of effort and the fact of continued existence. The mental concept of the future was constrained, a short corridor extending only to the next harvest, the coming winter, the progression of a child into a useful helper. Long-term planning was the province of the Lord and the Church. For the peasant, foresight was a matter of immediate prudence. Storing enough grain, cutting enough wood, salting enough meat. Ambition, in the sense of social mobility or dramatic improvement in one's lot, was almost unthinkable. The social structure was as fixed as the landscape. Peasant's son would be a peasant. His daughter would marry another peasant. Their lives would replay the patterns of their parents with minor variations dictated by luck, health, and the weather. This lack of upward trajectory did not necessarily breed despair. It bred acceptance. The energy that might have been spent on striving was instead channeled into the perfect execution of the necessary. Mastery was not over one's destiny, but over one's craft, the craft of farming, of animal husbandry, of homemaking. Satisfaction was derived from competence within the given parameters, not from expanding them. The future was not a blank page to be written upon, but a known season to be prepared for, a wheel whose turning was both predictable and inexorable. This mindset created a profound stability, but also a profound stasis. Innovation was rare because deviation from proven methods was perilous. The future was not something to be built, but something to be weathered, a series of familiar challenges to be met with familiar responses. The feeling of seasons changing was not just observed, but absorbed through the skin and the senses. The first truly warm day of spring was not just a date on a calendar. It was a physical relief, a loosening of muscles perpetually clenched against the cold. It was the smell of thawing earth, the sight of green shoots defiant against the brown mud, the unfamiliar lightness of a tunic without layers beneath it. Summer's heat was a palpable weight, a drowsy thickness in the air that slowed movement and brought out the smell of hay and hot pine. Autumn was a crispness, a sharpening of the light, a scent of wood smoke and decay that carried a note of melancholy and urgency. Winter was the closing in, the bite of the air, the deep, resonant silence after a snowfall. The way sound traveled farther in the frozen air. These seasonal shifts dictated not just activity, but mood, energy, and even social interaction. In summer, there might be more evening gatherings outside. In winter, isolation deepened. The body itself changed with the seasons. Leaner in late spring before the harvest, perhaps better fed in autumn after it, enduringly cold and cramped in winter. To live so intimately tied to these cycles was to live in a state of constant slow-motion adaptation. One did not fight the seasons. One moved with them, like a swimmer in a gentle but inescapable current, adjusting stroke and breath to the temperature and flow of the water. It was a life without climate control, where the environment was not a backdrop but an active, participant force, shaping daily reality in a direct, unconquerable way. The year was not a line, but a circle walked endlessly, each circuit familiar yet demanding. A journey with no destination other than to complete the circuit and begin again. The edge of the forest was not a clean line, but a frayed border where the human and the wild engaged in a perpetual quiet negotiation. Here, the ordered world of field and furrow gave way to a tangle of undergrowth, fallen branches, and the deep, mossy silence of the trees. This borderland was a crucial resource zone. It provided not just firewood and nuts, but the materials for the small technologies of daily life. Flexible willow withes for basket making, straight ash poles for tool handles, birch bark for kindling, certain types of fungus used for tinder. Gathering here was a skilled task, an eye for the useful shape, the right stage of growth. It was also a place of certain dangers, real and imagined. A boar could root here, dangerous if surprised. Adders sunned themselves on rocky outcrops, and in the folk imagination, it was a haunt for less tangible threats. Spirits of the wood, mischievous fairies, the ghosts of those who died unbaptized. Children were warned not to stray too far, not to answer if a voice called from the deep shadows. This liminal space cultivated a mindset of cautious respect. The forest was necessary, but it was not tame. To enter it required a slight mental shift, an awareness of moving into a realm with different rules. The snapping of a twig underfoot sounded louder here. The light was dappled, uncertain. One moved more deliberately with more attention. Returning to the cleared land, to the open sky, felt like a return to safety, to a world where human order, however tenuous, held sway. This daily interaction with the edge of the wild was a constant reminder that civilization was a thin veneer, a clearing in the wilderness that required endless effort to maintain. The texture of time during illness was different. A fever did not merely bring pain. It warped the passage of hours. Confined to a pallet near the hearth, the sick person existed in a blurred state, where the cycle of day and night melted into a single sweaty continuum. The light from the doorway would brighten and fade, brighten and fade. The sounds of the household, the clatter of pots, the murmur of voices, the cries of children, seemed to come from a great distance, muffled and irrelevant. Time was measured only in bodily sensations, the parched dryness of the throat, the ache in the joints, the intermittent chills that racked the body. Sleep was fitful, a swirling descent into confused dreams populated by the faces of the dead or distorted versions of the living. Waking brought only a return to discomfort and a profound helplessness. The world shrank to the dimensions of the sickbed, to the taste of thin gruel spooned into the mouth, to the feel of a cool cloth on the forehead. Recovery, if it came, was a slow reemergence, a gradual reintegration into the rhythms of the household. The first trip to the door to feel the sun was a monumental journey. The return to light work was a triumph. Illness was a forced withdrawal, a temporary but total suspension of one's role in the machinery of survival. It was a stark demonstration of individual fragility, a private crisis endured in the public space of the single room, a reminder that the body was the ultimate master, and its failings could nullify all will, all duty, all plans. The communal oven, a domed structure of clay and stone, was a focal point of the village's weekly rhythm. On baking day, the fire was lit inside it early in the morning, fed with seasoned wood until the interior walls glowed with accumulated heat. The embers were then raked out, and the floor swept clean. The waiting dough, having risen overnight in its covered bowls, was now shaped into rounds and placed inside on long wooden paddles. The door was sealed with a flat stone. The bake took hours, during which the women might gather nearby, mending or spinning, the younger children playing at their feet. The smell that began to seep out was the very essence of sustenance. The deep, warm, yeasty scent of transforming grain. When the loaves were finally drawn out, their crusts were hard and dark, their ensures steam-hot. They were set aside to cool on shelves, a week's worth of life for each family. This communal act was more than practical. It was social and symbolic. It represented a shared dependency on a fundamental technology. It ensured a uniformity of a basic staple. The oven itself was often owned by the lord, and its use required a fee, a small loaf from each batch or a portion of grain. Even this necessity was taxed. Yet, the act of baking together reinforced bonds. It was a rare moment of collective, gendered labor outside the immediate family, a space for the exchange of news and techniques, for the subtle transmission of the village's oral culture. The heat from the oven lingered in the area long after the loaves were gone, a tangible memory of the transformation that turned scattered seeds into the dense, enduring stuff of life. The experience of weather was not abstract. A rainstorm was not an inconvenience. It was an event that dictated immediate action and had lasting consequences. Seeing dark clouds gather on the horizon meant a frantic scramble to get hay stacked and covered, to ensure animals were sheltered, to check that the roof thatch was secure. The first drops sent children running to bring in laundry drying on bushes. Then came the downpour, hammering on the thatch, turning the yard into a quagmire, drumming on the leaves of the forest in a roar that drowned all other sound. Inside, the world shrank further. Work that could be done indoors continued. Other tasks were abandoned. There was nothing to do but wait, listening to the rain's intensity, hoping it would not be the kind that flattened crops or flooded the stream. Afterward, the world was changed. The air washed clean and heavy with moisture. The colors of grass and leaf intensified, the paths treacherous with mud. Every puddle reflected the clearing sky. The storm's passage was a story told in the damage or lack thereof, in the height of the stream, in the condition of the fields. Weather was not small talk. It was the primary subject, the great variable upon which all plans hinged. A sunny week during harvest was a gift from God. A late frost was a silent curse. The peasant lived inside the weather, not as an observer behind glass, but as a participant fully exposed to its force. It shaped days, moods, and fortunes with a capricious hand that could neither be predicted nor controlled, only endured and, afterward, assessed. The psychology of scarcity shaped every decision, every gesture. There was no surplus. A handful of grain spilled was a small tragedy. A torn tunic was mended until the original fabric was indistinguishable from the patches. A broken pot might be painstakingly drilled with small holes and stitched back together with wire, kept in use for years. This mentality of conservation was not frugality for its own sake. It was the logic of survival. Things were not replaced. They were maintained, adapted, repurposed. A worn-out scythe blade might be cut down to make a knife. An old wool blanket, too thin for covering, might be cut into strips to stuff a mattress or wrap around feet in winter boots. Nothing was disposable. Even human waste was carefully collected and added to the midden to be returned to the fields. This constant attention to preservation demanded a different kind of mindfulness. It required seeing the potential utility in every object, however broken, and in every scrap of material. It fostered ingenuity born of necessity. But it also created a deep-seated anxiety about loss. The breaking of a tool, the spoiling of food, the death of an animal. These were not mere setbacks. They were threats to the delicate equilibrium of existence. This mindset permeated everything, From the careful way a spoon scraped the last of the pottage from the bowl to the methodical sorting of seeds for planting. The world was not abundant. It was parsimonious, yielding its necessities only to relentless labor and meticulous care. To live this way was to hold a constant, silent dialogue with the specter of want, a dialogue that left little room for waste, for carelessness, or for the luxury of taking anything for granted. The forge's heat was a physical memory, a dry, radiating force that lingered in the stones and the smith's leather apron long after the fire was banked. To stand near it in winter was to feel a false summer, a penetrating warmth that reached deep into chilled bones. The smith himself was a figure of soot and sinew, his movements economical, each hammer blow a punctuation in the narrative of reshaping. For the peasant, the journey to the forge was often one of reluctant necessity. It meant a vital link in his world of tools had failed. The iron band on a wooden wheel had sprung, a plowshare's point had worn to a nub, the eye of an axe had cracked. The negotiation was quiet, a mutual understanding of value and poverty. The old iron was assessed, its history of service weighed against its remaining usefulness. Sometimes it could be annealed, heated, and beaten back into service, its molecular structure reformed by fire and force. Other times, a fragment of new metal, costly and bright, would be welded to the old. The peasant would wait, a passive figure in the drama of creation, watching the mesmerizing play of orange sparks against the soot-blackened walls, smelling the sharp tang of scorched hoof-horn from the tool handles. The finished work, plunged hissing into the quenching barrel, emerged steaming and transformed, its function restored. The exchange that followed, a measure of grain, a day's labor promised, a carefully hoarded coin, was a diminishment of his scant reserves. Walking home, the tool's renewed weight in his hand was both a comfort and a weight of debt, a small restoration of his capacity to work, purchased at the price of another portion of his fragile security. The texture of waiting in such a life was not idle, but a saturated pause. It was the waiting for yeast to work its slow magic in the dough, a process invisible and unhurried, measured by the gradual doming of the cloth covering the bowl. It was waiting for the sun to burn the dew from the hayfield, a daily evaporation observed from the doorway with a practical eye. It was the patient simmer that turned a pot of hard grains and fibrous roots into a soft, cohesive mass. This waiting was an active state of readiness, a background hum against which other minor tasks unfolded: mending, sorting, sharpening. It required a surrender to processes that could not be rushed, a deep familiarity with the tempo of organic things. An hour was not a uniform unit, but a sensory experience. The crawl of a shadow across the beaten earth floor, the slow change in the angle of light through the smoke hole, the gradual softening of the evening birdsong. The modern affliction of boredom, a restless hunger for stimulus, found little purchase here. Instead, there was a cultivated, attentive patience, a submission to the inherent pace of natural and domestic cycles. The mind learned to inhabit these stretches of seeming emptiness, not as voids to be filled with distraction, but as the essential medium of existence. It was within these patient intervals that the subtle patterns of the world were most clearly perceived. The specific way dust motes danced in a sunbeam, the individual footfall of a returning family member, the almost imperceptible shift in the wind that preceded rain. Waiting was not lost time. It was a deeper, more porous experience of time itself. The bond with animals was transactional, yet woven with threads of unspoken familiarity. The ox was a massive engine of muscle and breath, a creature of immense, placid strength that required not command so much as collaboration. Its pace set the rhythm of plowing. Its health was a cornerstone of the farm's viability. The dog was a sentinel and a scavenger, its loyalty earned through consistent feeding, its presence a deterrent to nocturnal pilferers and a companion on solitary tasks. Even the chickens, pecking in the dirt, were part of a silent contract, exchanging kitchen scraps and insects for the small, fragile treasure of an egg. The killing of an animal for food was conducted with a solemn efficiency. There were procedures, a respect for the transition from living creature to stored sustenance. The bond was not one of sentimentality, but of profound mutualism. These animals shared the same air, the same limited space. Their sounds and smells and needs were braided into the daily fabric. Their well-being was a direct determinant of human well-being. This intimate codependency fostered a proximity that was both pragmatic and deep. It was a constant, lived lesson in the cycle of life and death, a reminder that survival was a chain of consumption, and they were but one link in an ancient, unforgiving sequence. The perception of beauty was inextricable from function and the rare surplus. A well-crafted yoke that sat comfortably on the ox's shoulders was beautiful. A child's robust health after surviving a fever was beautiful. A stand of barley, heavy-headed and golden, moments before the sickle touched it, was beautiful because it was the embodied hope of survival. The aesthetic was a byproduct of utility and good fortune. Purely non-utilitarian beauty was encountered as a fleeting gift. The intricate geometry of a spider's web jeweled with morning dew, the sudden, heart-stopping arc of a hawk against a winter sky, the way candlelight turned a simple wooden cross into an object of mysterious depth. These moments were felt in the gut, a catch of breath, but they were rarely articulated. They were pauses in the narrative of toil. There existed no art for its own sake. Decoration, when it appeared, a carved design on a butter paddle, a simple embroidered edge on a shift, was an affirmation of skill and a tiny rebellion against absolute austerity. It added nothing to the object's purpose, and in that very uselessness, affirmed something essential in the maker. Beauty was a scarce commodity, and thus its appearance was all the more arresting. It was not sought, but received, a brief reminder that the world contained dimensions beyond hunger, labor, and the pervasive chill. True rest was not an activity, but a cessation, a sinking into the body's accumulated debt of fatigue. There was no leisure as modern minds understand it. After the final chore, the body simply stopped. Sitting by the hearth, the mind would drift, untethered, hovering on the precipice of sleep long before retiring to the straw pallet. The transition to bed was a formality. Sleep arrived swiftly, a dense, smothering blanket pulled over consciousness. It was not always whole, broken by coughs, by infant cries, by the deep ache of cold, but it was profound, a necessary physiological reset. Dreams, when recalled, were literal echoes. Dreams of laboring, of eating coarse bread, of the faces of those long gone. The boundary between waking and sleeping was thin, the body's demands so absolute they dictated the terms of unconsciousness. Waking was not to an alarm, but to the internal chronometer of ingrained habit, to the first pallid light at the window, to the needs of animals, to the penetrating chill that meant the fire had burned to ash. This cycle of sleep and waking was as fundamental as the seasons, a private, daily microcosm of the larger rhythms. In sleep, the burdens of consciousness were temporarily surrendered, the body engaged in its silent work of repair. It was a retreat, a minor death each night, from which one rose to continue the long, patient work of enduring. A work with no final act, only the turning of identical pages, day upon day, in a story whose sole plot was the stubborn, unyielding fact of continuation. The forge was not just a workshop. It was a theater of elemental transformation, where the most resistant of materials was made pliant. The bellows were its lungs, a deep, rhythmic wheeze that fanned the charcoal heart into a roaring, yellow-white eye. In that heat, iron lost its stubbornness, glowing first a sullen red, then a vibrant orange, finally a blinding, liquid yellow. The smith, his silhouette a dancing giant against the fiery wall, was a priest of this transformation. For the peasant, approaching this space meant a tool had reached the end of its natural life, a crisis in his small economy. The broken object, a plow coulter snapped clean through, a hose socket split, was presented almost apologetically. The smith's assessment was silent, turning the piece in his blackened hands, judging the quality of the old metal, the feasibility of repair. The process that followed was mesmerizing in its violence and control. The hammer blows were not random. They were a language, each strike folding strength back into the weakened structure, drawing out a new edge, closing a fatal crack. The smell was complex. The sulfur of coal, the ozone of hot metal, the scorched hair scent of the quenching tub. When the work was done, the tool was returned, heavier somehow with its history of breakage and repair, its surface a map of the ordeal. The payment, a bushel of barley, a day's labor during harvest, a length of homespun cloth, was a subtraction from the peasant's slender store. Carrying the mended tool home, he felt the paradox of it. A renewed capacity to work, purchased at the cost of other work or other resources. The forge solved one lack by creating another in an endless calculus of maintenance. The experience of waiting was woven into the fabric of consciousness, not as emptiness, but as a different state of fullness. It was waiting for the bread dough to rise, a slow inflation watched with a practical eye, the cloth over the bowl becoming a taut dome. It was waiting for a pot of dried beans to soften, the hours-long simmer that turned hard little pellets into a meal. It was waiting for the rain to stop, standing under the eaves, watching the droplets string from the thatch, the world reduced to the sound of water and the smell of wet earth. This waiting was not passive anticipation. It was a space where other, smaller tasks lived. Hands could be busy carding wool, whittling a peg, shelling peas, while the mind was attuned to the primary, slow unfolding process. An hour was not 60 minutes, but the time it took for a shadow to cross from the door to the hearthstone, or for the light to fade from gold to gray in the late afternoon. The modern malady of boredom, a frantic search for novelty, was absent. In its place was a deep, ingrained patience, a submission to the inherent timelines of nature and craft. The mind settled into these stretches, becoming porous to the environment. It was in these waits that one noticed the distinct call of a particular bird, the way the fire's crackle changed with the type of wood, the subtle scent of snow on the wind before the clouds appeared. Waiting was not dead time. It was a richer, more attentive mode of time, a necessary pause that made the subsequent action possible. The relationship with animals was one of mutualism, stripped of sentiment but dense with interdependence. The ox was a force of nature harnessed by wood and will. Its great, patient head, the steam from its nostrils on a cold morning, the sheer inertial power of its body moving the plow, all were daily facts. Its care was a matter of survival. A sick ox could mean a missed planting, a family's ruin. The dog was a functional ally, its sharp senses an extension of the household's own, its bark a first line of defense. It earned its place not through affection, but through vigilance and utility. Even the chickens, scratching in the dust, were part of a precise economy, converting waste and insects into protein. The slaughter of an animal was a serious, ritualized event. There was no celebration, only a grim efficiency and a deep-seated respect for the life being converted into sustenance. This proximity bred not love, but a profound familiarity. The animal's rhythms, feeding times, rest cycles, signs of distress, were as well known as those of human family members. Their sounds and smells were the backdrop of daily life. This constant cohabitation served as a perpetual reminder of the blunt realities of the food chain, of the fact that life was sustained by other life, a cycle in which they were both stewards and beneficiaries, participants in a chain of consumption that was as natural as it was unforgiving. Beauty was an infrequent guest, and never arrived alone. It was the secondary quality of something that worked supremely well. A perfectly balanced sickle, its curved blades singing through the wheat stems, was beautiful. A tightly woven basket that held its shape for years was beautiful. A child's clear-eyed health after the peril of infancy was beautiful. The aesthetic was the shine on utility, the unexpected grace in necessity. Pure, non-functional beauty occurred as a brief, startling gift. The sudden flare of a kingfisher over the stream, a crystalline frost pattern furned across a frozen puddle, the way the setting sun could turn a simple cloud into a mountain of rose and gold. These moments were felt as a physical catch in the chest, a suspension of breath. They were rarely commented upon. Language was for needs and warnings, not for ephemeral wonder. Art, in the sense of deliberate, non-util creation, was almost non-existent. Ornament, when it appeared, a simple design scratched into a wooden bowl, a patterned border on a woven girdle, was a whisper of individuality, a minute declaration that the maker was more than just an instrument of survival. It served no purpose, and in that purposelessness it served the most human of purposes. Beauty was a scarce resource encountered fleetingly, and thus its impact was disproportionate. It was not pursued, but received, a momentary crack in the gray wall of routine, through which a different kind of light, cold and clear and entirely pointless, could stream in. Rest was not an activity but a state of collapse, the body's final surrender to gravity and fatigue. There was no concept of leisure time. When the last task of the day was complete, the body simply ceased to move. Sitting on a stool by the cooling hearth, the mind would grow vague, thoughts dissipating like smoke, hovering on the threshold of sleep long before the body sought the palate. The move to bed was a short, heavy journey. Sleep descended not as a gentle tide, but as a sudden, profound oblivion. It was often fractured by the cold, by a cough, by a child's whimper, but its depths were absolute. Dreams, when they surfaced, were literal and visceral. Dreams of digging, of chewing tough meat, of faces from the past, indistinct and urgent. The line between wakefulness and sleep was porous, the body's demands dictating the terms of consciousness. Awakening came not from an external signal, but from an internal, ingrained rhythm, from the first gray intrusion of dawn at the window hole, from the insistent lowing of a hungry cow, from the deep bone ache of cold that meant the fire had died. This diurnal rhythm of exertion and unconsciousness was as fundamental as the seasons. In sleep, the weight of consciousness was temporarily set down. The body engaged in its silent, essential work of repair. It was a daily, miniature death, a retreat into a private darkness from which one emerged, not refreshed, but simply capable of continuing. The work of the day had no grand finale, only a cessation. And the work of life had no conclusion, only this nightly punctuation, this small, recurring death that made the next day's living possible. A cycle without end or climax. Simply the slow, patient beating of a heart against the silence. The hearth was not merely a source of heat or a place for cooking. It was the living, breathing center of the home, a sacred domestic altar. Its fire was a possession requiring daily tending, a fragile victory over damp and darkness. The gathering of fuel was a primary, never-ending chore. Deadfall from the forest, bundles of dried gorse, peat cut from the bog in summer and stacked to dry. The act of lighting it each morning was a small ritual of hope. The careful arrangement of tinder, the strike of flint, the patient blowing on the first wisp of smoke until a flame caught and held. Throughout the day, it was managed with an economizing eye. Banked low during hours of absence, stirred to life for cooking, built up against the evening chill. Its light was a wavering, orange sphere that pushed back the shadows just enough to define the boundaries of the room. Its heat was radiant, effective only in its immediate vicinity, forcing the family to cluster close. Its smoke, escaping imperfectly through the roof hole, seasoned the thatch and everything beneath it with a pungent, woody perfume that seeped into wool, hair, and skin. The fire was a living entity with appetites it consumed and with gifts it provided. Its presence meant life, civilization, a fragile outpost of warmth in a cold universe. Its extinction meant more than cold. It meant a failure of vigilance, a step back toward the primitive dark. To sit by it in silence was to commune with this elemental force, to watch the hypnotic dance of flames over glowing embers, a spectacle that required no interpretation, only witness. The work of the hands was a slow grammar of survival. There was no machine between intention and material. To create a board, one selected a tree, felled it with axe and sweat, sawed it with a long two-man pit saw, planed it smooth with a blade pushed by muscle. To make a shirt, one sheared a sheep, cleaned and carded the wool, spun it into thread on a drop spindle, set up the loom, passed the shuttle back and forth countless times, then cut and sewed the resulting cloth. Every object in the hut bore the fingerprints of this direct, physical translation of labor into form. The handle of a spoon was shaped by a knife. A basket was woven from gathered reeds. A pot was coiled from local clay and baked in a hearth fire. This process embedded time and care into the very substance of things. Objects were not acquired. They accumulated, each representing hours of life expended. Consequently, they were valued not for their novelty or style, but for their service and longevity. A crack was mended, a tear was patched, a handle was refastened. The concept of disposability was alien. The world was not full of things, but of specific, familiar artifacts, each with a history of use and repair, each an archive of the labor that had gone into its creation and preservation. This intimacy with making fostered a deep, nonverbal understanding of materials, the way grain ran in wood, the tensile strength of different grasses, the plasticity of wet clay. It was a knowledge worn into the palms and the subconscious. The social world was small, a closed system of familiar faces. Everyone known was known entirely. There were no strangers, only degrees of familiarity. A person's history, their family's reputation, their strengths and flaws, were communal knowledge, the currency of 1,000 small interactions. This created a powerful social cohesion, but also a suffocating lack of anonymity. Behavior was constrained by the certainty of being observed and judged. There was no elsewhere to reinvent oneself. Reputation was a tangible asset, as important as a good harvest. To be known as lazy, dishonest, or quarrelsome could mean being excluded from the networks of reciprocal aid that were essential in crisis. Conversely, to be known as hardworking, skilled, or generous brought social credit that could be drawn upon in hard times. News traveled at the speed of a walking person, and thus the world beyond the village was a place of rumor and vague, half-understood events. Kings and popes were mythical figures. Their wars and decrees felt only as distant tremors. A new tax, a call for men to fight, a change in the church's rules about fasting. The mental horizon was the geographical horizon. The line of trees, the hill where the next village began, the spire of the distant town church. This boundedness created a profound psychological stability. The parameters of a life were visible, known from childhood. Anxiety did not stem from infinite choice or an uncertain future, but from known, cyclical threats. Will the harvest be enough? Will the winter be severe? Will the children live? The demons had familiar faces. The body's dialogue with the elements was constant and unmediated. Cold was not an abstract concept reported by a thermometer. It was a sharp ache in the fingers, a tightness in the chest, the visible plume of one's breath hanging in the air. Heat was a weight, a prickling of sweat under wool, the glare of the sun on a bare neck. Rain was a soaking through to the skin, the chill cling of wet linen, the suck of mud around boots. There was no retreat into a climate-controlled environment. One adapted posture, pace, and clothing to negotiate with the weather. This bred a bodily intelligence, a reading of the air and sky through the skin. The first hint of a coming storm might be a certain metallic taste on the wind or a particular pressure behind the eyes. The body itself became a barometer, its aches flaring with changes in humidity or pressure. This physical immersion in the elements forged a different kind of resilience. Discomfort was not an interruption of normal life. It was a component of it. Pleasure was often simply the cessation of discomfort. The feeling of sun on a cold back, the first sip of ale after hours of thirst, the relief of sinking onto a stool after a day standing. The spectrum of physical sensation was narrower, but felt more acutely because there was no buffer. The body was not a separate entity housed in a protective shell. It was an exposed participant in the raw transaction of living, its boundaries permeable to wind, weather, and the hard surfaces of the world. The passage of a lifetime was measured in gradual accretions and slow erasures. Childhood was brief, a time of escalating usefulness. Adulthood was a long plateau of capacity and burden, the body a reliable tool gradually wearing down. Old age was not a golden years of retirement, but a diminishment of utility, a shift to lighter tasks. Minding grandchildren, sorting seeds, telling stories by the fire. The face recorded this passage not in years, but in weathering. Lines etched by sun and squinting, hands mapped with the calluses of specific tools, a posture permanently shaped by a lifetime of bending to the earth. Memory was the primary record. There were no photographs, no diaries. A person lived on in the stories told about them, in the skills they passed down, in the genetic imprint they left in their children's faces. After a generation or two, even these faded, absorbed into the collective memory of the village, which itself changed with glacial slowness. The individual was a wave in a long, slow tide. To contemplate one's own death was not to contemplate an end to the world, but to see oneself as a part that would be replaced, as a strip of land that would be plowed by another, as a place at the table that would be filled by a new child. This perspective could breed a grim resignation, but also a profound sense of belonging to a continuum. One's struggles were not unique, but part of a pattern older than memory. The goal of a life was not to make a mark on history, but to fulfill one's role in the cycle, to contribute one's labor to the maintenance of the whole, and to pass on, as intact as possible, the fragile inheritance of knowledge and tenancy to the next in line. It was a life without biography, where the story was not of the individual, but of the species and its endless, patient negotiation with the soil, the seasons, and the silent turning of the stars. The forest was not a single entity, but a shifting mosaic of moods and resources. In spring, it was a place of tender, cautious growth, the pale green of new beech leaves, the white lace of wood anemones on the floor. This was the time for gathering the first vitamin-rich greens, wild garlic with its pungent smell in damp hollows, the tender tips of nettles to be boiled into a pottage. Summer brought a dense, green silence, the canopy closing overhead to create a shaded, humid world. This was for foraging mushrooms, though the knowledge of which were safe was guarded, passed from mother to daughter with the gravity of life and death. Autumn was the season of abundance and urgency. Nuts raining down, apples hanging heavy on wild trees, berries staining fingers purple. The work was methodical, filling baskets and sacks against the coming lean months. Winter stripped the forest bare, revealing its bones, the gray tangle of branches, the stark silhouettes against the snow. This was the time for cutting wood, for seeing the structure of things, when the forest gave its body for fuel. Each visit required a different mindset, a different set of senses. The forest was never truly safe. It held real dangers: boars, wolves in some regions, the ever-present risk of getting lost. But it was also a necessary larder, a pharmacy, a source of materials. This relationship was one of wary intimacy. One entered not as a conqueror, but as a careful participant, taking only what was needed, moving with respect, always aware of the path back to the cleared light of the fields. The texture of sound in the village was a layered chronicle of the day. The pre-dawn was near silent, broken only by the occasional cough from within a hut or the rustle of a night creature. Dawn itself was announced by the rooster, a sound that seemed to tear the fabric of the quiet. Then came the other domestic sounds: the lowing of a cow needing to be milked, the clank of a pail, the scrape of a door on its leather hinges. As the day proper began, the sounds became more diffuse, spreading out into the fields: the distant rhythmic thunk of an axe, the call of a man to his oxen, the chatter of women at the well. Midday brought a lull, a sleepy hum of insects if it was warm, the whisper of wind if it was not. The return in the evening was a gradual crescendo: footsteps, voices, the squeal of a hungry pig, the clatter of pots. Nightfall compressed the soundscape back to the immediate: the crackle of a single hearth fire, the soft murmur of a family before sleep, the cry of an infant. This soundscape was not background noise. It was a vital information network. An unfamiliar sound, a horse at a gallop, a sudden shout, the absence of a familiar sound like the blacksmith's hammer, was instantly registered, analyzed, often discussed. The ears were always tuned, passively collecting data about the community's state. There was no escape into private auditory worlds. One lived immersed in the collective, audible life of the place, a constant, unconscious monitoring that wove the individual into the communal fabric. The making of clothing was a process that spanned seasons, a slow alchemy from fleece to garment. After shearing in late spring, the wool was washed in the stream to remove grease and dirt, then laid out to dry, smelling of wet sheep and sunlight. The carding came next, pulling the fibers straight between two spiked wooden paddles, a repetitive motion that filled the air with a fine, floating dust. Spinning transformed the fluffy wool into a strong, continuous thread. The drop spindle was a constant companion, its whirling weight a hypnotic sight, the thread growing on the shaft as the spinner walked, sat, or minded a pot over the fire. Weaving was the monumental step, setting up the loom with the warp threads under tension, then passing the shuttle back and forth, beating each new thread into place. It was slow, physical work, the rhythm of it a meditation. The resulting cloth was coarse and scratchy, but durable. Dyeing, if done at all, used local plants: onion skins for yellow, woad for blue, madder root for a rusty red. The cutting and sewing were final, careful acts, wasting not an inch of the precious material. A garment was expected to last for years, to be patched, turned, and eventually cut down for a child. To wear it was to wear the accumulated labor of many days, to feel the history of its making in its weight and texture. It was not fashion. It was a second skin, a functional armor against the elements, imbued with the silent history of its creation. The experience of light was fundamentally different. After sunset, darkness was a palpable force. Artificial light was feeble and costly. A rushlight dipped in animal fat gave a guttering, smoky flame for perhaps half an hour. A tallow candle was a luxury. Most evenings were spent in near darkness. The fire's glow the only illumination. This enforced a diurnal rhythm tied utterly to the sun. Work requiring sight had to be completed in daylight. Winter's short days meant a dramatic contraction of productive time. The long nights were for rest, for talking in the dark, for sleep. This lack of light shaped consciousness. The interior mental landscape likely grew more vivid in the absence of visual distraction. Stories told around the hearth were not just heard but visualized in the mind's eye. Memory was exercised in the dark, recalling faces, places, the details of a task. The stars and moon took on immense practical and psychological importance, their light allowing for rare movement outside after dark. The moon's phases were a secondary calendar, its full light a time for travel, for gatherings, for stolen moments. The profound blackness of a moonless night made the world intimate and terrifying, shrinking it to the tiny island of perception around one's own body. This daily and seasonal dance with light and dark forged a rhythm that was cosmic in scale, a constant reminder of humanity's smallness under the vault of the sky, and of the daily miracle of the sun's return. The psychology of such an existence was likely one of profound presentness, with a mind shaped by immediate, tangible concerns. Abstract thought was a luxury for those not ruled by the need for the next meal. Intelligence manifested as practical wisdom, knowing which cloud formation meant a storm, how to treat a bloat in a sheep, when to plant barley for the best yield. Problem-solving was direct and physical. Anxiety was concrete, not free-floating. Fear of the empty grain bin, of the cough in a child's chest, of the Lord's displeasure. Hope was equally concrete. For a dry week during haymaking, for a healthy calf, for a successful bargaining at the market. The concept of self-fulfillment would have been incomprehensible. Fulfillment was the feeling at the end of a day when the necessary tasks were done, when the family was fed and the fire was banked. Identity was relational and functional. I am the one who works the West Strip, the son of John, the father of these children, the one who is good at thatching. The inner life, while doubtlessly rich in its own way, was not examined. It was simply lived. It was a consciousness focused outward on the weather, the crops, the animals, the needs of others. This outward focus created a deep embeddedness in the world, a lack of separation between the self and the environment. The mind was not a separate theater. It was a tool for navigating the immediate physical reality, and in that navigation, it found a purpose that required no name, for it was the oldest purpose: to sustain life, to continue the chain, to meet the dawn with the capacity to do it all again. It was a life without existential crisis, because the crisis was always physical, immediate, and shared. The meaning of life was not a question to be answered, but a task to be performed, day after day, season after season, in the quiet, relentless rhythm of survival. The morning began in the blackness before form, a time of pure sensation. The chill was the first reality, seeping through the woolen blanket, settling into joints stiff from the previous day's labor and the night's immobility. There was no clock to mark the hour, only the body's internal gauge of cold and a faint, instinctual anticipation of the coming light. The first movement was a necessity, a breaking of the body's frozen stillness to tend to the most vital element: the fire. From the ash-covered mound of last night's embers, a few glowing coals were carefully excavated with an iron poker. Dry tinder, birch bark, crumbled fungus was placed over them, and breath was applied in slow, steady streams, a focused act of creation in the dark. The tiny flame that caught was a victory, a fragile, orange eye opening in the void. It was fed with the smallest, driest twigs, then larger kindling, until a proper fire crackled to life. This light, however small, began to push back the absolute dark, revealing the familiar, shadow-draped shapes of the room. The table, the stool, the cooking pot suspended on its chain. This daily resurrection of the fire was the true start of the day, a symbolic and practical reaffirmation of life against the cold and the dark. Its warmth was local, a sphere of influence that drew the family close. Their faces painted in flickering orange and black as they dressed and began the quiet tasks of the morning. Water, drawn the evening before, sat in its heavy clay jar. In winter, a skin of ice might need to be broken from the surface. It was poured with care, each drop precious, into the pot that hung over the now-established fire. To this water was added the remnants of yesterday's pottage, a thick, congealed mass that loosened and began to bubble with the heat. Then came the new additions: a handful of coarse barley or oat grains, a chopped turnip pulled from the storage pit, its flesh pale and cold, perhaps a few leaves of kale or cabbage if they had been spared by the frost. The pot was stirred with a long wooden spoon, the mixture thickening as the grains began to break down. This was not cooking for pleasure. It was the alchemy of necessity, transforming hard, separate things into a soft, cohesive whole that could fill a belly and fuel a body. The smell that rose was earthy and plain, the scent of steam, cooked grain, and root vegetable. It was the smell of the morning itself, a promise of the day's foundational sustenance. Bowls were filled, and the meal was eaten in silence or with minimal talk, a functional consumption. The warmth of the food spread through the body, a temporary defense against the chill that still lurked beyond the hearth's small kingdom. The empty bowls were scraped clean, licked by the household dog or rinsed with a splash of water to be saved for the next meal. The fire was then banked again, covered with ash to preserve the coals for the evening's return. The transition from the warmth of the hut to the outer air was always a shock, a bracing immersion into the world of work. The journey to the field was a daily procession along paths worn deep by generations of similar footsteps. The ground underfoot changed with the seasons. Frozen and rutted in winter, a sucking morass of mud in early spring, hard-baked and dusty in high summer, carpeted with fallen leaves in autumn. The sky above was the day's first true reading. A clear, hard blue meant a good day for labor. A low, gray blanket promised damp and difficulty. The direction of the wind was noted. An east wind could be bitter, a south wind might bring rain. This weather wisdom was not academic. It dictated the day's pace, the choice of task, the very possibility of success. Arriving at his strips of land, the peasant's work began with a survey, an assessment of what the night or the weather had done. Frost on new shoots, animal damage to a fence, then the labor itself, a repetition of motions honed over a lifetime. The swing of a hoe to break up clods of earth or cut weeds, the bent-back posture of planting or weeding, the rhythmic, sweeping motion of the scythe during harvest. It was work that engaged the large muscles of the back and legs, a slow, steady expenditure of energy that produced sweat even on cold days. The mind, freed from complex decisions, could enter a state of near meditative blankness, focusing only on the rhythm of the task, the feel of the tool, the line of the row being worked. Time was measured not in hours, but in progress. This strip weeded, that patch turned over. The sun climbed, reached its zenith, began its descent. The body registered these changes as growing fatigue, as hunger, as the desire for rest. The midday break was brief and utilitarian. It might be taken under the shade of a hedgerow tree or sitting on a turned-over bucket at the edge of the field. Food was simple. A chunk of the hard, dark bread, perhaps a piece of cheese or an onion, washed down with weak ale from a leather bottle. The bread needed to be softened, often dunked in the ale or a little water to be chewable. This was not a meal for enjoyment but for refueling. The talk, if there was any, was of the work, the state of the crops, a problem with a tool, the approach of a rain cloud. Then, with little ceremony, the break ended. The body, momentarily rested, protested as it was forced back into motion, the muscles stiffening before relearning their rhythm. The afternoon was a mirror of the morning, a continuation of the same purposeful strain under a sun that had shifted its angle, casting longer shadows. As the light began to soften into the gold of late afternoon, a final assessment was made. Had enough been accomplished, Was there time for one more task? The decision to stop was as practical as everything else. When the light began to fail, or when the body's depletion reached a point where further effort became inefficient, tools were shouldered, and the walk home began, a slower, wearier version of the morning's journey. Evening was a time of transition, a shifting from the expansive world of the fields to the enclosed world of the home. The animals needed tending first. The cow milked, the sheep penned, the chickens shut in against foxes. Water needed fetching for the evening and the next morning. Inside, the banked fire was stirred back to life, its light and heat once again claiming the center of the room. The evening pottage was a thicker version of the morning's, enriched with whatever scraps or foraged greens had been acquired. It was eaten in the gathering gloom. The family gathered around the table. After eating, there might be a short period of twilight activity by the last of the natural light. Mending a net, repairing a harness, spinning wool. As true dark fell, these tasks became impossible. Then came the time of stillness. The family might sit near the hearth, saying little, simply existing in the shared warmth. Stories might be told, old tales repeated so often they were known by heart, their rhythms as comforting as the fire's crackle. Or there might be only silence, a collective exhaustion too deep for words. The children, often put to bed early, slept on their straw pallets. The adults sat a while longer, watching the flames die down to a bed of pulsating embers. Thoughts in these quiet moments were likely simple and circular, orbiting the immediate concerns of life. The weather, the health of a child, the size of the woodpile. There was no entertainment, no distraction from the self or the immediate environment. The mind rested in the sensory present. The heat on the skin, the smell of wood smoke, the sound of a sleeping child's breath. Finally, sleep. The move to the sleeping area was a surrender. The bed was not a place of comfort but a necessity, a platform of straw or coarse ticking that offered separation from the cold earth. Families slept together for warmth, a tangle of bodies under shared blankets. The cold was a persistent enemy, finding its way through gaps in the covering, waking sleepers in the deep night. Dreams, when they came, were likely fragments of the day's reality. Dreams of working, of eating, of familiar faces, or visceral expressions of fear and desire. Sleep was often broken, a state of semi-awareness punctuated by the sounds of the night, by discomfort, by the needs of an infant. Yet it was profound in its necessity. It was the body's non-negotiable demand for repair, a temporary death that allowed for the continuation of life. Waking, often before full light, meant the cycle was ready to begin again. The cold, the dark, the stirring of the fire, the slow assembly of another day from the raw materials of habit, need, and the unwavering demands of the land. There was no weekend, no holiday in the modern sense. There was only the wheel of the days, turning with a slow, grinding inevitability, each day similar to the last, a long procession of effort and rest, hunger and fullness, light and dark, without climax or conclusion, only the perpetual patient work of enduring, of maintaining the fragile flame of life against the vast, indifferent night. The rain did not merely fall. It transformed the world into a different substance. At first, it was a sound on the thatch, a pattering that grew from a whisper to a steady drumming roar. Inside, the quality of light shifted to a damp, greenish gloom. The air grew heavy with the smell of wet earth and wood smoke trapped under the roof. Work in the fields became impossible, a misery of soaked wool and slippery mud. Instead, the day turned inward. Tasks that could be done under cover took precedence. Repairing tools with handles worn smooth by palms, carving a new spoon from a block of beech, sorting dried beans from last year's harvest, discarding the ones that had turned to dust or were riddled with beetle holes. The rhythm of the day slowed to the pace of the falling water. Conversation was sparse, focused on the rain's duration and its consequences. Would it swell the stream enough to threaten the lower meadow? Would it beat down the young barley? The waiting was passive yet attentive. One listened to the rain's intensity, judging whether it was a passing shower or a day-long soak. Children, confined indoors, grew restless, their games quieter but persistent in the cramped space. The fire hissed as dampness from the doorway met its heat. The world shrank to the dimensions of the hut, a damp, smoky capsule afloat on a sea of mud and falling water. When it finally ceased, the silence that followed was startling, broken only by the drip-drip from the eaves. Stepping outside was to enter a washed, gleaming world, every leaf and blade of grass holding a jewel of water, the air sharp and clean. But the paths were treacherous, the fields too sodden for work. The rain's passage left behind not just water, but a day lost, a subtle anxiety about the progress of the season's work now delayed. The forest in high summer was a place of layered, green silence. The canopy high above formed a living ceiling that filtered the sunlight into shifting, dappled coins on the leaf-strewn floor. The air was still and warm, thick with the scent of damp moss, decaying wood, and the sweet perfume of hidden flowers. Sound was muffled, absorbed by the endless foliage. A bird's call seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. This was the time for foraging, a task that required a different kind of attention than field labor. Eyes scanned the ground for the sudden white burst of a mushroom cap, the low-growing clusters of bilberries, the telltale shape of a useful herb. Knowledge was everything. A mistake could mean sickness or death. The gatherer moved slowly, deliberately, bending and rising, the basket on the arm gradually acquiring weight. It was solitary work, or work done in pairs with little talk, a communion with the green shadows. The mind could wander in this green cathedral, so different from the open, sun-beaten fields. There was a peace here, but it was a wary peace. One was a visitor in a realm that did not belong to humans. The rustle in the undergrowth could be a harmless squirrel or something less benign. The path back to the village had to be kept in mind, a thread through the labyrinth. Returning to the cleared land, the openness felt sudden, the sky vast and overwhelming. The forest's bounty, a basket of mushrooms, a bundle of medicinal leaves, was a prize, but the journey to acquire it was a reminder of the world's older, deeper rhythms, rhythms that paid no heed to human plans or planted rows. The texture of time during the long winter nights was not linear, but a formless pool. After the evening meal and the last necessary chores, the darkness became complete. The fire, banked to preserve fuel, gave only a faint, pulsating glow from beneath its blanket of ash. There was no light to work by, no reason to stay awake beyond the simple sharing of warmth. Families retired to their sleeping pallets early, often while a deep blue twilight still lingered in the sky outside. The cold was a presence in the room, a creeping force that made the shared body heat under the blankets a precious commodity. Sleep came quickly, born on a tide of exhaustion and the body's need to conserve energy. But it was often fractured. The cold would wake someone, prompting a shift in position, a huddle closer to a sibling or parent. Coughs echoed in the dark. The wind would howl a new note under the eaves. In these wakeful moments, time lost all meaning. Was it midnight? An hour before dawn? There was no way to measure. The mind floated in a sensory deprivation tank of dark and cold. Thoughts were simple, circling the basic facts of existence. The itch of the straw, the sound of a spouse's breathing, the ache of a knee, the memory of summer sun on skin. It was a state of profound simplicity, stripped of all distraction. The will was suspended. There was nothing to do but wait for the body to lapse back into unconsciousness or for the first, almost imperceptible graying at the window hole. These long, fractured nights were a form of hibernation, a drawing in of the spirit, a conservation of mental and physical resources for the hard labor that would return with the lengthening days. The winter night was not a time for living, but for enduring, for preserving the spark of life through the long, cold silence. The market in the nearest small town was a semi-annual collision with a broader, louder world. The journey there was an event in itself, along roads that were little more than dirt tracks, past fields and woods that belonged to other lords. Arrival was a sensory assault after the quiet of the village. The press of bodies, the cacophony of livestock and hawkers, the mingled smells of dung, spices, baking bread, and unwashed humanity. The peasant family would find a spot on the fringe of the marketplace, laying out their meager surplus. Perhaps a few cheeses, some eggs, a bundle of well-crafted brooms, a sack of walnuts. They became spectators as much as participants, watching the flow of commerce, the haggling, the display of goods they could never afford, lengths of fine Flemish cloth, glazed pottery, steel knives. Their own transactions were small, quiet affairs, bartering their goods for a piece of iron, a new cooking pot, a measure of precious salt. The children stared wide-eyed at the jugglers, the musicians, the strange faces and accents. It was a day of thrilling overload, but also of vulnerability. Coins, if they had any, had to be guarded. The sheer number of strangers was unsettling. By afternoon, a deep fatigue would set in, a longing for the familiar quiet. The return journey was slower, burdened with purchases, the mind replaying the sights and sounds. Arriving home after dark, the hut felt smaller, safer, a known universe restored. The trip was a puncture in the membrane of isolation, a reminder of a world of specialized labor and complex exchange. But it also reinforced the simplicity of their own existence. The exotic goods of the market were for others. Their world was built from wood, wool, grain, and their own labor. The market was a dream, vivid and noisy, but the field strip and the hearth were the waking reality. The end of life, like its beginning, was a communal event. When death was near, the priest was summoned to perform the last rites. His Latin words a final, formal interface between the dying person and the divine. After the last breath, the body was washed by the women of the family and the neighborhood, a practical and respectful act. It was then laid out in the home, often on the very table where meals were eaten. The wake was a vigil, neighbors and family sitting through the night, not in festive mood, but in watchful solidarity, sharing stories of the deceased, keeping the darkness at bay. Burial followed quickly, within a day or two, in the consecrated ground of the churchyard. The grave was dug by friends or kin. The funeral itself was a brief, solemn procession, the bell tolling a slow, heavy count. The body was committed to the earth from which it had drawn its sustenance. Afterwards, there might be a modest gathering, a sharing of food and drink. Grief was real, etched on faces, but its expression was tempered by the practicalities of life continuing. The possessions of the dead were distributed. Tools to sons, linens to daughters, clothes cut down for smaller bodies. The absence left behind was a tangible space, a silence where a cough or a footstep used to be. But the relentless cycle of chores did not pause for long. The field still needed plowing, the cow still needed milking, the pottage pot still needed stirring. Mourning was woven into the fabric of daily work, a sadness carried while hands remained busy. The dead were remembered in prayers, in the occasional story told by the fire, in the continued use of a tool they had once wielded. But gradually, the sharp edges of absence were worn smooth by the daily grind. The individual was reabsorbed into the community's memory and the land's endless cycle, a single thread pulled out and rewoven into the larger, enduring tapestry of village life, a life that flowed on like the stream, around the stone of loss, forever changed and yet forever the same. The river was a slow, brown serpent through the landscape, its pace dictating the rhythm of many tasks. In summer, it ran shallow and clear over its stony bed, a place for women to gather to wash clothes. The rhythmic slap of wet linen on flat rocks, a sound of communal labor and subdued conversation. Children were set to fishing with lines of braided horsehair and hooks fashioned from thorn or bone, their patience rewarded with the occasional flicker of a small perch or dace to add to the evening pot. The river was also a boundary, a dividing line between this manor and the next, its fords known and watched. In spring, fed by melting snows, it could become a roaring, dangerous force, bursting its banks and flooding the water meadows, a display of power that erased human markings and deposited rich, new silt in its wake. This spring flood was both a threat and a promise, a danger to livestock and low-lying huts, but a bringer of fertility. The mill, with its great, groaning water wheel, was entirely dependent on the river's flow. When the water was too low, the wheel turned sluggishly or not at all. When too high, it threatened to tear the mechanism apart. The river's mood was a daily consideration, its sound a constant backdrop, its water a resource that was both life-giving and capable of taking life. Drowning was a common end. To live by the river was to live with a powerful, ambivalent neighbor, whose gifts were inseparable from its perils. The substance of time was not a thin line but a thick, felted material, woven from repetition. A day was not a unique event but a slight variation on a deeply familiar pattern. The arc of the sun, the sequence of chores, the progression from hunger to meager satiety and back to hunger. These were the unchanging threads. The seasons provided the major shifts in color and texture, but the underlying warp and weft remained constant. This profound repetition bred a consciousness that was not bored, but deeply settled. Novelty was rare and often unwelcome, a potential disruption to the delicate balance of survival. Memory, therefore, did not need to catalog a series of unique experiences, but rather the accumulated wisdom of the cycle. How to act when the frost came early, how to treat a particular blight on the peas, the exact feel of dough that had been kneaded enough. The past was not a foreign country. It was last year or the year before, a storehouse of practical precedent. The future was the next turn of the wheel, the impending winter, the hope of the next harvest. This cyclical view anchored the mind in a manageable reality. Anxiety existed, but it was a familiar anxiety, directed at known enemies. Drought, blight, sickness. Despair was not a philosophical condition, but the physical reality of an empty grain bin. Hope was equally tangible, the sight of the first green shoots piercing the dark soil. The mind, freed from the torment of infinite possibility and the burden of constructing a unique identity, could focus on the mastery of necessity. Intelligence manifested as skilled intuition, a deep, nonverbal understanding of the land, the weather, the materials at hand. It was a consciousness fully engaged with the present moment, because the present moment contained all the known patterns of the past and all the predictable demands of the future. The interior of the home was a museum of practical artifacts, each with a history of use. The table was not a purchased item but a thick plank hewn from a local oak, its surface scarred by knife cuts and stained by decades of spills. The stools were three-legged for stability on the uneven earth floor. The cooking pots, of thick blackened pottery or occasionally of iron, were heirlooms, passed down and repaired with wire or rivets when cracks appeared. The broom was a bundle of twigs tied to a stick. The bedding was straw, changed periodically, but always retaining the faint, sweet and sour smell of old sweat and crushed stems. Every object had been made or acquired through significant effort, and thus was treated with a care bordering on reverence. Nothing was discarded without extracting its last possible use. A worn-out sack became rags for cleaning. Rags became stuffing. Stuffing eventually became tinder. This economy of use permeated every action. To handle an object was to be aware of its history and its future utility. The environment was not composed of disposable goods, but of familiar, almost animate partners in the business of living. The hut itself was a living entity, its timber frame settling and groaning with changes in temperature and humidity, its thatched skin requiring constant maintenance. This intimate, custodial relationship with one's physical surroundings fostered a sense of embeddedness. One was not in a space. One was part of an organism, a system of interdependent parts that required constant, careful tending to remain functional. The failure of one part, a leaking roof, a broken pot, was not an inconvenience, but a small crisis in the system, demanding immediate attention and repair. The experience of community was not an abstract ideal but a physical and psychological fact. Survival was a collective endeavor. No family could build a house, harvest a field, or defend against predators alone. This interdependence was formalized in custom and law. The help expected at a house raising, the shared responsibility for maintaining fences and ditches, the duty to join the hue and cry if a criminal was to be pursued. This created a social world of intense proximity and mutual surveillance. Privacy, in a modern sense, did not exist. Lives were lived in a fishbowl. Quarrels, reconciliations, births, deaths, illnesses, all were public knowledge, subject to communal judgment and gossip. This lack of anonymity enforced conformity but also provided a powerful safety net. In times of crisis, a fire, a serious illness, the community would rally, providing labor, food, or care. This created a profound tension between the individual will and the needs of the group. To be ostracized was a social and practical death sentence. Therefore, social harmony was not a luxury but a necessity, maintained through complex, unspoken codes of behavior, through ritualized forms of conflict resolution, and through the shared, grinding pressure of the same daily struggle. The individual was a node in a network. Their value was defined by their reliability, their skill, and their contribution to the collective survival. The concept of the self as a private, interior project separate from one's social role was faint, if it existed at all. One was what one did for others and what others did for you. The passage from waking to sleeping was not a sharp line but a slow, gradual dissolution. As the last of the evening light faded and the fire was banked, the activities of the day ceased not because a certain hour had been reached, but because they became impossible in the deepening dark. The family would sit or lie near the hearth's residual warmth, conversation dwindling to monosyllables, then to silence. The mind, deprived of visual stimulus and the impetus for action, would grow quiet. Thoughts became slow, viscous, drifting like smoke. The body's accumulated fatigue was a heavy weight, pulling consciousness downward. There was no reading, no pondering of the day's events in a structured way. Instead, there was a surrender to bodily sensation. The fading heat on the skin, the itch of wool, the sound of a neighbor's dog barking far away, the creak of the house timbers. Sleep arrived not as a chosen state, but as a physiological inevitability, a slipping away from the dim awareness of the dark room into a deeper, formless interior. Dreams were likely simple and sensory, the feeling of warmth, the taste of bread, the memory of physical effort. The night was not a time for the mind to work. It was a time for the mind to stop, for the body to perform its silent, essential repairs. Waking was often a slow surfacing, prompted by cold, by the first gray light, or by the needs of a child or animal. There was no alarm, no jolting transition. One simply found oneself awake, the demands of the new day already pressing in, the cycle beginning again without preamble or reflection. The night was a blank space, a parenthesis in the long sentence of labor, a necessary nothingness that made the something of the day possible. It was a time of profound equality, where lord and peasant alike were reduced to vulnerable, sleeping bodies in the dark, all subject to the same ancient rhythm of exertion and oblivion. The forge existed as a pocket of contained inferno, a place where the rigid could be made pliant. Its heat was not like the hearth's warmth. It was a dry, aggressive radiation that pushed against the skin and drew sweat from pores before one had moved a muscle. The smith, a figure of soot and corded muscle, was the master of this miniature sun. For the peasant, the journey here was one of sober necessity. It meant a critical failure in the small arsenal of tools that stood between his family and starvation. A plowshare's point blunted to uselessness, the iron tire of a cart wool sprung from the wood. The transaction was quiet, a mutual understanding of value measured in grain and labor rather than coin. The damaged object was examined in the fire's light, its history of service weighed against the cost of its rebirth. The process itself was a spectacle of elemental force. The bellows groan, the coal's heart glowing white, the iron surrendering to the heat, first glowing a sullen cherry, then a vibrant orange, finally a blinding, liquid yellow that held the memory of its shape only by will. The hammer blows that followed were not random violence but a precise language, each strike folding strength into weakness, drawing a new edge from the old mass. The scent was acrid burning coal, scorched horn from the tool handle, the sharp mineral smell of the quenching barrel's water hitting superheated metal. The return tool, still warm, was both familiar and new, its function restored but its substance forever altered by the ordeal. The price, often a portion of the coming harvest or days of future labor, was a debt against tomorrow's security. Walking away, the weight in his hand was a paradox. A regained capacity to work, purchased with the promise of other work, a subtraction from one column of life's ledger to prevent a catastrophic erasure in another. Waiting was not an interval between events. It was the fertile ground in which events slowly grew. It was the patient observation of the sky, reading the gathering of clouds not as a passive sight but as a prelude to action or inaction. It was the hours spent by the fire as a pot of dried peas and a knuckle of salt pork simmered into an edible cohesion, time measured by the gradual softening of a spoon pressed against the side. It was the long, still afternoons of late winter, watching the feeble sun struggle across the sky, knowing work awaited but the ground was still iron. This waiting was saturated with potential. It was a time for the mending of nets, the sharpening of blades, the sorting of seeds, small, meticulous tasks that filled the hands while the larger processes of nature or cookery unfolded at their own immutable pace. An hour was not a uniform measurement but a sensory experience. The slow crawl of a patch of sunlight across the earthen floor, the incremental deepening of shadows in the room's corners, the gradual change in the song of birds outside as afternoon waned toward evening. The mind did not chafe against this slowness. It adapted to it, settling into a state of watchful readiness. In these stretches, attention turned to minute details often missed in the frenzy of more active labor. The particular grain of the wood in the table, the individual character of a child's cough, the way the smoke from the fire curled before finding the hole in the roof. Waiting was the medium in which the subtle textures of existence became palpable. It was not empty time, but time experienced in its full, slow density. The bond with animals was a compact of mutual survival, devoid of sentiment but dense with shared fate. The ox was less a pet than a slow, powerful engine of traction, its immense strength leased in exchange for fodder and shelter. Its health was a matter of household economics. A lame ox could mean a plowing season missed, a family's descent into desperate poverty. The dog was a mobile alarm, a scavenger of scraps, a deterrent to thieves both human and animal. Its loyalty was to the hand that fed it, its value measured in barks that warned of approach and in a presence that discouraged the night's many pilfers. The chickens pecking in the dirt were tiny converters of waste into occasional protein, their daily egg a small, fragile triumph. The slaughter of any of these creatures was conducted with a solemn, efficient gravity. There was no ceremony of thanks, but a deep, functional respect for the transition from living asset to stored sustenance. This cohabitation bred a profound, unsentimental familiarity. The sounds of the animals, the cow's low, the dog's whine, the cluck of a hen, were part of the household soundscape, as integral as the voices of the people. Their needs dictated portions of the day. Their ailments required knowledge and care. This daily intimacy served as a constant physical reminder of the blunt economy of life. That existence was a chain of consumption, that warmth and food were bought with the management of other beings, and that they themselves were but one link in an ancient, unforgiving sequence where the roles of keeper and consumed were always perilously close. Beauty was rarely an independent quality. It was the unexpected shine on the surface of utility. A well-honed scythe blade, its edge a seamless curve of polished steel that whispered through grain, was beautiful. A tightly thatched roof, its lines straight and water-shedding, was beautiful in its competence. A child's clear-eyed recovery from fever was beautiful in its affirmation of continued life. The aesthetic was a byproduct of perfect function or fortunate outcome. Pure, non-utilitarian beauty occurred as a brief, startling gift, a crack in the gray wall of routine. The sudden iridescent flash of a kingfisher across the stream, the intricate crystalline architecture of frost on a barren branch, the way a single shaft of late sun could turn a dust mote into a dancing star. These moments were felt viscerally. A catch in the breath, a stillness in the hands, but were rarely named. Language was for needs, warnings, and gossip, not for the ephemeral and inexplicable. Deliberate art was almost absent. Ornament, when it appeared, a simple geometric pattern carved into a butter paddle, a braided edge on a leather strap, was a whisper of individuality, a minute assertion that the maker was more than a mere instrument of survival. It served no practical purpose, and in that very uselessness, it served the most human of purposes. To say, I was here and I made this. Beauty was a scarce commodity, encountered by chance, and thus its impact was disproportionate. A fleeting reminder that the world contained dimensions of grace that had nothing to do with filling a belly or warming a body. Rest was the body's final, absolute claim, a state of cessation that followed exertion as night followed day. There was no leisure, no curated relaxation. When the last necessary task was completed, the body simply stopped. Sitting by the cooling hearth, the mind would grow vague, thoughts unraveling into loose threads, hovering on the precipice of unconsciousness long before the journey to the straw pallet was made. The move to bed was a short, heavy migration. Sleep descended not gradually, but as a sudden, thick curtain dropping over awareness. It was often fractured by the cold seeping through blankets, by a cough from the shadows, by the cry of a baby. But its depths, when reached, were profound. Dreams, when they surfaced into memory, were literal and sensory. The feeling of mud underfoot, the taste of coarse salt, the weight of a tool in the hand, faces blurred by time and urgency. The boundary between wakefulness and sleep was porous, governed by the body's demands, not by the clock. Awakening came from within. The internal rhythm of habit, the first pale intrusion of dawn at the window, the insistent call of a rooster, the deep, bone ache of cold that signified the fire's death. This diurnal rhythm of labor and oblivion was as fundamental as the seasons. In sleep, the burdens of consciousness and effort were temporarily laid down. The body engaged in its silent, essential work of reconstitution. It was a daily, miniature death, a retreat into a private, healing darkness from which one emerged not refreshed in a modern sense, but simply capable again. The work of the day had no grand finale, only a stopping point. And the work of a lifetime had no climax, only this nightly punctuation, this small, recurring surrender that made the next day's endurance possible. A cycle without end or resolution, simply the slow, patient rhythm of a heart beating against the silence, a breath drawn in the dark, and then another. The forge was an island of unnatural summer in the gray of the everyday, a cave of heat and noise that seemed to warp the air around it. Its fire was not the friendly, consuming glow of the hearth, but a focused, roaring maw that ate coal and breathed incandescence. The smith, his arms and apron a landscape of soot and old burns, moved in this hellish light like its native spirit. For the peasant, approaching meant a crisis in the small, vital mechanics of his existence. The object brought a plow coulter snapped by a hidden stone, an axe head with a hairline crack, was a failure point, a rupture in his ability to interact with the world. The assessment was silent, tactile. The smith's hands, tougher than the leather of his apron, turned the broken piece, judging the grain of the metal, the feasibility of its resurrection. The repair was a violent rebirth. The iron was fed into the coals until it glowed with a light that hurt the eyes, a yellow-white surrender. Then came the hammer, its blows ringing a sharp, precise music on the anvil, each strike folding the memory of the break into the metal's new shape, beating weakness into strength. The smell was a complex, metallic perfume of burning carbon, scorched sand from the molding boxes, and the sharp, clean scent of steam as the red-hot metal met the quenching water with a furious hiss. The return tool, still warm from its trial, was both the same and utterly new, its function restored at a cost that would be tallied later in measures of grain or days of owed labor. Carrying it home was to carry a paradox, a piece of his capability, reforged at the price of another portion of his fragile security. The forge solved problems by creating new debts, in an endless calculus of maintenance where survival was a series of loans against an uncertain future. The experience of waiting was a different state of being, not an emptiness but a saturated fullness. It was waiting for the bread dough to rise under its cloth, a slow inflation watched with a practical eye, the gradual dome a promise of future sustenance. It was waiting for the rain to stop, standing in the doorway watching the droplets string from the thatch, the world reduced to the sound of water and the smell of damp earth. This waiting was not passive anticipation. It was a space where the smaller, perpetual tasks lived. Hands could be carding wool, whittling a peg, mending a net, while the primary, slow unfolding process continued in the background. An hour was not a tick of a clock, but the time it took for a shadow to crawl from the threshold to the hearthstone, or for the light to fade from a hard white to a soft gold in the late afternoon. The mind did not grow restless in these stretches. It adapted, becoming porous to the environment. It was in these patient intervals that one noticed the distinct call of a particular bird returning each day, the way the fire's voice changed with the type of wood, the subtle, cold scent on the wind that meant snow was coming, long before the first flake fell. Waiting was not dead time. It was a richer, more textured experience of time, a necessary pause where the world's minute particulars announced themselves, where the senses, freed from the urgency of direct labor, could map the quiet details of existence. The relationship with animals was a pact of mutual utility, stripped of romance but dense with interdependence. The ox was a great, slow engine of bone and muscle, a creature whose sheer mass could be harnessed to move the immovable. Its care was a serious calculus of fodder and health. Its loss could unravel a family's tenuous hold on the land. The dog was a functional partner, its senses an extension of the household's own, its bark a first layer of defense in a world where threats were often four-legged or two-legged in the dark. Even the chickens, scratching in the dust, were part of a precise economy, turning scraps and insects into the occasional fragile egg. The slaughter of any creature was conducted with a grim, respectful efficiency. There was no ceremony, only the sober acknowledgement of a life converted into continued life for others. This daily cohabitation bred a deep, unsentimental familiarity. The animals' rhythms, their feeding times, their sounds of distress or contentment, the particular smell of their warmth, were as known as those of human family members. Their presence was a constant, living reminder of the blunt realities of the food chain, of the fact that survival was a web of consumption, and they were both stewards and participants in an ancient, unforgiving cycle where the line between caretaker and consumer was forever thin. Beauty was an infrequent and silent visitor, never arriving for its own sake. It was the secondary quality of something that worked supremely well. A perfectly balanced sickle that swung true was beautiful. A tightly woven basket that held its shape for a decade was beautiful. A child's unbroken health through a hard winter was beautiful. The aesthetic was the patina on utility, the unexpected grace in necessity. Pure, non-functional beauty was a brief, startling gift. The sudden silver arc of a fish leaping in the mill pond, the intricate lace of frost ferns on a frozen window pane, the way a shaft of sunset could ignite the dust in the barn into a swirl of gold. These moments were felt as a physical arrest, a held breath, a stillness in the hands. They were rarely commented upon. Language was for needs and warnings, not for ephemeral wonder. Art, in the sense of deliberate, non-util creation, was almost absent from this life. Ornament, when it appeared, a simple carved pattern on a wooden bowl, a dyed thread woven into the edge of a cloth, was a whisper of the individual spirit, a minute declaration that the maker was more than an instrument of survival. It served no purpose, and in that very purposelessness, it served the most human of purposes. Beauty was a scarce resource encountered by chance, and thus its impact was disproportionate. A momentary crack in the gray wall of routine, through which a different, colder, clearer light could stream in, a light that illuminated nothing but its own existence. Rest was the body's final surrender, a collapse into stillness after the long rebellion of motion. There was no concept of leisure time. When the last chore was complete, the body simply ceased. Sitting by the fading hearth, the mind would grow vague, thoughts dissolving like smoke in still air, hovering on the threshold of sleep long before the body sought the straw pallet. The move to bed was a short, heavy journey. Sleep descended not as a gentle tide, but as a sudden, profound oblivion. It was often fractured by the deep ache of cold, by a cough from the shadows, by a child's whimper, but its depths, when reached, were absolute. Dreams, when they surfaced, were literal and visceral. Dreams of digging, of the taste of yesterday's bread, of faces from the past, indistinct and urgent. The line between wakefulness and sleep was porous, governed entirely by the body's demands. Awakening came not from an external signal, but from an internal, ingrained rhythm, from the first gray intrusion of dawn at the window, from the insistent lowing of a hungry cow, from the deep, bone ache of cold that meant the fire had died. This diurnal rhythm of exertion and unconsciousness was as fundamental as the seasons. In sleep, the weight of consciousness was temporarily set down. The body engaged in its silent, essential work of repair. It was a daily miniature death, a retreat into a private darkness from which one emerged, not refreshed, but simply capable again. The work of the day had no grand finale, only a cessation. And the work of a lifetime had no conclusion, only this nightly punctuation, this small, recurring death that made the next day's living possible. A cycle without end or climax, simply the slow, patient beating of a heart against the silence, the drawing of a breath in the dark, and then another. The rain began as a sound, a distant sigh in the leaves of the forest that grew to a murmur on the thatch. Inside, the quality of light changed, softening to a damp, gray-green gloom that seemed to seep from the walls. Work in the open ceased. The day contracted to the dimensions of the hut, a world of close smells and muted sounds. The fire hissed as stray droplets found their way down the smoke hole, meeting the heat with a protest of steam. Tasks turned inward, to the mending of things that were always in need of mending. A fishing net with a torn mesh, a leather harness worn thin, a wooden bowl with a crack that needed binding with a strip of wet willow. The work was slow, methodical, the hands moving with a rhythm as steady as the rain's own drumming. Conversation, if any, was of the rain itself, its likely duration, its effect on the newly sown field, the hope that it would pass before the woodpile grew too sodden. The waiting was not anxious, but observant. One listened to the rain's intensity, learning its language, the lighter patter that might soon cease, the relentless, heavy drumming that promised hours of confinement. Children, their boundless energy curdled by the close walls, invented quiet games with stones or bits of straw, their voices a low hum beneath the weather's noise. The air grew thick with the smell of wet wool, damp earth from the floor, and the ever-present wood smoke. When the rain finally stopped, the silence was a new presence, broken only by the drip-drip from the eaves. Stepping outside was to enter a world washed clean, every surface gleaming, the air sharp and rinsed. But the ground was a quagmire, the paths treacherous. The rain's gift of water was also a sentence of delay, a day lost to the immutable pace of the sky's whims. The world was renewed, but the work was set back, a subtle shift in the precarious timetable of survival. The forest in autumn was a place of abundance and decay, a riot of color that signaled not beauty to the peasant, but the urgent need to gather. The green canopy turned to a patchwork of gold, russet, and crimson. A spectacular fire that meant winter's cold was on its heels. The floor was a crunchy carpet of fallen leaves, hiding treasures. Nuts like the smooth, brown hazelnuts and the spiky, green-husked chestnuts. Gathering was a serious, focused labor. Baskets and sacks were filled with a quiet urgency, the sound of nuts falling into them a steady percussion. This was not a stroll. It was a harvest from the wild, a race against the coming frosts and the foraging of squirrels and pigs. Knowledge was again critical, which mushrooms were safe, which berries were past their prime, where the best stands of nut trees grew. The work was physical, involving much bending and reaching, but it was work with a direct, tangible yield. The forest was quieter now, the insect hum gone, the bird calls different, more sparse. The sense of time was acute. Each basket filled was a small victory against the coming scarcity. Returning home, the burden was a good weight, a promise of stored calories, of flavor to break the monotony of grain, of something to trade perhaps. But the forest itself was withdrawing, its vibrant life sinking back into the roots, preparing for its own long sleep. The gatherer left the colored stillness with a mix of satisfaction and unease, his bounty alone from the sleeping earth, to be repaid only by the sweat of next year's planting. The texture of a winter night was a thing of profound sensory reduction. After the evening meal, the fire was banked, its light reduced to a faint, pulsating glow beneath a mound of ash that seemed to breathe slowly in the dark. With no light to work by, no reason to stay upright, the family retreated to their shared pallets early, while a deep blue twilight might still linger in the sky. The cold was not an absence of heat, but an active presence. It seeped from the stone foundations, pressed through the cracks in the daub walls, and lay in wait in the corners of the room. The shared body heat under the blankets was a fragile republic, constantly negotiated by shifts and huddles. Sleep came quickly, born on a tide of exhaustion and the body's imperative to conserve resources. But it was a thin sleep, easily fractured. The cold would wake a sleeper, prompting a search for a warmer spot, a tugging of blanket. A cough from the shadows would echo in the still, dense air. The wind, finding a new hole or loose shutter, would sing a different, lonelier note. In these wakeful intervals, time dissolved. There was no way to know if it was midnight or an hour before dawn. The mind floated in a void of dark and cold, stripped of visual reference. Thoughts were simple, circular things. The scratch of the straw, the sound of a child's breathing, the dull ache of a shoulder, the memory of the sun's warmth on a long-gone summer day. It was a state of profound simplicity, of existence pared down to its most basic elements. A body, the dark, the cold, and the slow, patient wait for the light to return. These long, fractured nights were a form of collective hibernation, a drawing in of the spirit, a conservation of all energy, physical, mental, emotional, for the demands that would come with the inevitable, slow return of the sun. The market town was a semi-annual immersion in a world of frightening scale and bewildering variety. The journey there felt like a passage into a different realm, the paths widening into roads, the solitude of fields giving way to the sight of other travelers. Arrival was a cacophony after the village quiet. The bellowing of penned animals, the shouted haggling of traders, the clang of a blacksmith's hammer from a side street, the overlapping smells of dung, baking, spices, and humanity. The peasant family, with their small, carefully bundled surplus, were minor players on this stage. They would find a spot on the periphery, laying out their goods. A few cheeses wrapped in cloth, some baskets, a sack of dried beans, and then wait, watching the pageant unfold. They saw goods they would never own. Bolts of colorful cloth from Flanders, glazed pottery, tools of fine steel. They heard languages and accents not their own. Their own transactions were quiet, earnest barter, converting their humble products into a piece of iron, a new cooking pot, a precious measure of salt, a single metal needle. For the children, it was a day of wide-eyed wonder at the jugglers, the strange beasts, the sheer number of people. But for the adults, it was also a day of strain, the vigilance required to guard their few coins, the discomfort of the crowd, the underlying anxiety of being so far from the known. By afternoon, a deep fatigue set in, a longing for the familiar confines of the village. The return journey was slower, weighted with purchases and fatigue. Arriving home in the dark, the hut felt like a sanctuary, a known and manageable universe restored. The market was a vivid dream of abundance and connection, but it was not their reality. Their reality was the strip of land, the rhythm of the seasons, the silent, patient dialogue with the soil. The trip was a glimpse over a high wall, thrilling and overwhelming, but it only reinforced the solidity of the wall itself. The end of a life was processed within the tight, resilient fabric of the community. When death was imminent, the priest was called, his rituals a formal handover of the soul from the earthly to the divine sphere. After the last breath, the practical work of the living began. The body was washed, an act of final care performed by the women. It was then laid out in the home, often on the table that had held so many meals, a sobering reminder of life's transience. The wake was a vigil of presence, not celebration. Neighbors sat through the night, not to feast, but to keep watch, to share the burden of the dark hours with stories of the deceased, their voices a low murmur against the silence of the corpse. Burial was swift within a day or two in the churchyard earth. The grave was dug by friends or family, a last physical service. The funeral procession was short. The bells toll a heavy, slow beat marking the passage. The body was returned to the soil. Afterwards, there might be a simple gathering, a sharing of what little food and drink could be spared. Grief was palpable, seen in red-rimmed eyes and stooped shoulders, but its expression was muted, folded into the ongoing work of survival. The possessions of the dead were redistributed according to need and custom, tools, linens, clothes cut down for smaller bodies. The absence was a space in the room, a silence where a voice had been. But the fields did not wait. The cow's udder filled with milk regardless. The pottage pot required stirring. Mourning was not a separate state. It was a thread woven into the daily fabric, a sadness carried while hands remained busy with the tasks of enduring. The dead were remembered in the annual prayers for souls, in the occasional story told by the winter fire, in the familiar were pattern on a tool handle they had once gripped. But gradually, the immediacy of the loss was softened by the relentless, gentle abrasion of daily routine. The individual was reabsorbed, their specific essence fading into the collective memory of the village and the longer memory of the land itself. A single note lost in the enduring, patient hum of life continuing, season after season, year after indistinguishable year. The river in spring was a different creature than the languid stream of late summer. Fed by melting snows and persistent rains, it swelled, its brown water moving with a new, muscular purpose. The sound of it changed from a gentle murmur to a low, continuous roar that could be heard from the edge of the village. Its banks overflowed, spreading a shallow, silt-laden lake across the low-lying meadows. This flood was both a crisis and a gift. It was a threat to any hut built too close, a danger to livestock that might be caught in the sudden surge. But as the waters receded, they left behind a gift of fine, new soil, a layer of fertile mud that would enrich the pasture for the coming year. The ford became impassable, isolating the village from the track to the market town for days or even weeks. The mill will turned with frantic speed, the groan of its mechanism a constant complaint against the current's force. The river's power was a humbling spectacle, a display of nature's scale that made human efforts seem tiny and provisional. To stand and watch it was to understand one's own place not as a master of the landscape, but as a small, persistent resident on its margins, subject to its moods and cycles. When the waters finally subsided, the world looked subtly altered. Debris caught in the hedgerows, the banks reshaped, the air holding the clean, mineral scent of wet stone and turned earth. The river returned to its course, but the memory of its spring fury lingered, a reminder of the latent power in the familiar. The substance of a day was not defined by appointments but by the completion of tasks, a slow accumulation of small, finished things. There was no schedule, only a sequence dictated by necessity and light. The morning was for the foundational chores: stirring the fire to life, feeding the animals, drawing water, preparing the day's pottage. The bulk of the daylight was for the major labor: plowing, sowing, weeding, harvesting, the work that connected directly to survival. The late afternoon was for secondary tasks: gathering firewood, repairing a fence, tending the kitchen garden. Evening was for closing down, securing animals, one final drawing of water, eating the day's final meal. Each completed task was a small stone laid in the wall of continued existence. There was no praise for finishing, no reward beyond the absence of crisis. Satisfaction was a quiet, internal feeling, the knowledge that one had done what was needed to push the wheel of life forward one more turn. The mind did not dwell on achievement. It simply moved to the next stone in the wall. This rhythm bred a profound focus on the immediate. The goal was not grand or distant. It was the fully weeded row, the neatly stacked woodpile, the full water jar. The horizon of thought rarely extended beyond the completion of the current task and the beginning of the next. It was a consciousness lived in the present tense, a continuous, unbroken stream of doing, where meaning was not something to be found, but something that was inherent in the act of sustaining life itself. The value of a day was not in what was experienced, but in what was accomplished, and a good day was one where, at its end, the necessities were met and the body could rest without the gnawing anxiety of undone work. The interior world of the hut was a landscape of worn surfaces and familiar objects, each with a story of use. The table's wood was darkened by decades of spills and scrubbings, its surface a topography of nicks and cuts from countless meals prepared. The stools bore the smooth, shiny patina of generations of backsides. The pottery jars for storing grain had cool, rough exteriors and smooth interiors, their shapes known to the hand in the dark. The iron cooking pot, suspended from its chain, was blackened by soot and seasoned by 1,000 simmering meals, its very substance imbued with the history of the family's hunger. Nothing was new. Everything was in a state of gentle decay, maintained just enough to function. This environment was not decorated. It was accumulated. A shelf might hold a strangely shaped stone found in a field, a bird's feather tucked into a crack in a beam, a piece of ribbon from a long-ago fair. These were not ornaments in a modern sense, but tactile memories, anchors for stories. The space was intimate, known by touch and smell as much as by sight. In the dark, one could navigate it perfectly. 5 steps from the hearth to the table, 3 to the water jar, the specific creak of the floorboard near the door. This deep familiarity bred a sense of security. The hut was a shell, an extension of the body, a known universe whose parameters were fixed and understood. Its smells of smoke, of drying herbs, of stored apples, of the earth floor, were the smell of safety, of belonging. To be away from it was to be unmoored. To return to it was to return to the center of the world. The social fabric was a tight weave of obligation, observation, and mutual need. Everyone's business was, to some degree, everyone else's. A birth was known within hours, an argument overheard and discussed. A failure in the fields was common knowledge by sunset. This lack of privacy was both a burden and a safety net. It enforced a powerful social conformity. To deviate too far from accepted norms was to invite not just disapproval, but practical exclusion from the networks of help essential for weathering misfortune. But it also meant that no one suffered utterly alone. In a crisis, a house fire, a serious injury, the village would mobilize. Help was not a kindness. It was a social duty, an investment in the community's overall resilience. This created a complex economy of favor and debt, remembered with meticulous care. Who helped with your harvest? To whom do you owe a day's labor? This web of reciprocity was the true social contract, more binding than any lord's decree. Conflict was dangerous to this delicate web and was therefore managed carefully, often through intermediaries or the subtle pressure of communal opinion rather than open confrontation. The individual was never truly an individual. They were a node in this living network. Their identity was relational. So-and-so's son, the wife of such a one, the one who is good with animals. Personal ambition that threatened the group's equilibrium was suspect. Success was measured not in personal advancement, but in maintaining one's place, in being a reliable node, in contributing to the stability of the whole. It was a life of profound interconnectedness, where the boundary between self and community was thin and constantly negotiated. The transition into sleep was a slow unraveling of the day's tension. After the last chore, as the fire was banked and the final words spoken, the body began its surrender. Sitting in the gathering dark, the mind would loosen its grip on the day's concerns. Thoughts became slow, disconnected, drifting like ash on a thermal. The intense focus required for labor softened into a vague awareness of bodily sensation. The fading warmth on the skin, the weight of fatigue in the limbs, the sound of a moth batting against the window parchment. There was no reviewing of the day, no planning for the morrow in any detail. The mind entered a state of passive reception. The move to the sleeping pallet was less a decision than an inevitability. Sleep itself came not as a chosen state, but as a physiological tide that rose and covered consciousness. It was often shallow, broken by the cold, by a cramp, by the cry of a night bird. Dreams, when they occurred, were seldom narratives, but sensory fragments. The smell of rain, the feeling of rough bark under the hand, a flash of a familiar face. The night was not for thinking or feeling in any organized way. It was for the cessation of both. It was a time of repair, not reflection. Waking was often a gradual surfacing, prompted by the cold or the first gray light, not by arrested feeling. One simply found oneself awake, the demands of the new day already present in the stiffness of the body and the chill of the air. There was no moment of hesitation, no contemplation of the day ahead. The rhythm simply reasserted itself. The stirring of the embers, the first movements toward water and food, the body obeying the ancient, unbroken script of survival. The night was a blank, a necessary pause in the sentence of existence, a comma where the breath was held, only to be released again with the dawn into the long, familiar exhale of labor. The forge was a pocket of contained violence, a place where brute force was refined into utility. Its heat did not warm. It assaulted a dry, radiating wall that made the air shimmer. The smith, a figure forged from the same elements he worked, was its high priest. For the peasant, the journey there was a pilgrimage of failure. The object in hand, a plowshare bent against a hidden root, a scythe blade with a tooth missing, was a breach in his world's functionality. The negotiation was mute, a language of nods and grimaces, the value of repair measured in the future sweat of the field or the hard-won grain in the store. The process itself was a mesmerizing brutality. The iron, resistant to all but this inferno, was fed into the coals until it lost its nature, glowing first a deep blood red, then a brilliant, blinding orange-white, becoming not metal but captured light. The hammer fell then, not randomly, but with a terrible rhythmic precision, each blow a word in the incantation that beat the memory of failure out of it, that folded a new edge into its essence. The smells were primal. The sulphurous bite of coal, the scent of scorched horn from the handle, the shocking, clean steam that erupted when the glowing form was plunged into the quenching barrel. The tool returned was heavier, somehow, not with new metal but with the history of its own breaking and remaking. Its cost would be extracted later in labor or in kind, a lien against the future. Walking home, the tool in his grip was a closed circle, the capacity to work restored at the price of more work. The forge did not solve problems. It transmuted them, converting a crisis of the present into a debt against tomorrow. Waiting was the silent majority of time, not an emptiness but a different density of existence. It was waiting for the bread dough to rise under its damp cloth, a slow, yeast-driven inflation that could not be hurried. It was waiting for the first light of dawn to make the path to the field visible, standing in the doorway watching the blackness soften to gray. It was the long, patient hours by the fire as a pot of dried beans and a ham bone turned, through relentless simmering, into something that could be eaten. This waiting was not idle. It was the space where the secondary, perpetual tasks lived. The mending of a torn shirt, the braiding of a rope from straw, the slow, careful sharpening of a knife on a whetstone. The hands were busy while the larger, slower processes of the world unfolded at their own immutable pace. An hour was not a unit on a dial, but a sensory experience. The slow crawl of a sunbeam across the floor, the gradual deepening of the shadows in the room's corners as afternoon faded, the incremental change in the chorus of birdsong from midday to evening. The mind did not rebel against this slowness. It acclimated, settling into a state of watchful readiness. It was in these patient stretches that the fine grain of the world revealed itself. The particular way dust motes danced in a specific sunbeam, the individual sound of a spouse's footstep on the path, the almost imperceptible shift in the wind that meant a change in weather. Waiting was not a void between events. It was the fertile ground from which events slowly grew, a time experienced in its full, rich thickness, where the subtle textures of life became palpable. The bond with animals was a contract written in mutual need, a relationship devoid of sentiment but dense with shared fate. The ox was a slow mountain of muscle, a creature of immense, placid power that was harnessed, not commanded. Its health was a column in the household's mental ledger. Its illness could erase a season's labor. The dog was a mobile sentry, a cleaner of scraps, its presence a deterrent to the night's many small thieves. Its loyalty was to the hand that fed, its value measured in warnings given and vermin caught. The chickens, pecking in the dirt, were tiny engines of conversion, turning waste into the occasional fragile miracle of an egg. The slaughter of any of them was a sober, efficient transaction. There was no ceremony of gratitude, only a deep, functional respect for the transformation of life into continued life. This daily cohabitation bred a profound, unsentimental familiarity. Their sounds, their smells, their cycles of need were woven into the fabric of the day, as integral as the sunrise. This intimacy was a constant physical reminder of the blunt economy of existence, that survival was a chain of consumption, that warmth and food were purchased with the careful management of other beings, and that they themselves occupied a precarious place in an ancient, unforgiving sequence where the roles of keeper and sustenance were perilously close. Beauty was an accident, a fleeting grace note that sometimes sounded against the monotonous rhythm of necessity. It was the unexpected sheen on a well-used tool, the clean line of a furrow cut straight through heavy soil, the robust health of a child who had weathered a fever. The aesthetic was a byproduct of perfect function or simple good fortune. Pure, non-utilitarian beauty arrived as a startling, silent gift. The sudden flash of a kingfisher's blue over the still mill pond, the intricate, crystalline architecture of frost on a barren branch, the way a single shaft of late sun could turn the dust in the barn into a swirling galaxy of gold. These moments were felt in the body, a caught breath, a stillness in the hands, but were almost never spoken of. Language was for needs, warnings, and the transfer of practical knowledge, not for the ephemeral and inexplicable. Deliberate art was a phantom, decoration when it appeared. A simple pattern scratched into a wooden spoon, a colored thread woven into the hem of a tunic, was a whisper of the individual spirit, a minute, stubborn assertion that the maker was more than a mere instrument of survival. It served no purpose, and in that very uselessness, it served the most human purpose of all. Beauty was a scarce resource encountered only by chance, and thus its impact was profound. It was a momentary crack in the gray wall of routine, through which a different, colder, clearer light could stream, a light that illuminated nothing but its own stark, breathtaking presence. Rest was the body's final, absolute demand, a state of cessation that followed exertion as inevitably as shadow follows light. There was no leisure, no curated idleness. When the last necessary task was completed, the body simply stopped. Sitting by the cooling hearth, the mind would grow vague, thoughts unspooling into loose threads, consciousness hovering on the precipice of oblivion long before the journey to the straw pallet was made. The move to bed was a short, heavy migration. Sleep descended not gradually, but as a sudden, thick curtain dropped over awareness. It was often fractured by the cold seeping through the blankets, by a cough from the darkness, by the hungry cry of an infant. But its depths, when reached, were profound. Dreams, when they surfaced into memory, were literal and sensory. The feeling of mud underfoot, the taste of coarse salt, the weight of a familiar tool, faces blurred by time and weariness. The boundary between waking and sleeping was porous, governed entirely by the body's crude needs. Awakening came from within. The internal rhythm of ingrained habit, the first pale intrusion of dawn at the window, the insistent call of a rooster, the deep bone ache of cold that announced the fire's death. This diurnal rhythm of labor and oblivion was as fundamental as the orbit of the seasons. In sleep, the crushing weight of consciousness and effort was temporarily laid down, the body engaged in its silent, essential work of molecular repair. It was a daily, miniature death, a retreat into a private, healing darkness from which one emerged not refreshed, but simply capable once more. The work of the day had no climax, only a stopping point. And the work of a lifetime had no conclusion, only this nightly punctuation, this small, recurring surrender that made the next day's endurance possible. A cycle without end or resolution, simply the slow, patient rhythm of a heart beating against the silence, a breath drawn in the dark, and then another and another.